direttamente nella seconda giornata con Georgia, Finlandia, Ungheria ed Armenia in gara nella finale C del singolo femminile.
Well, it's been a great start for the Hungarian Gadanyi Zoltana in lane number 3. She absolutely smoked the times to 500 metres through her opening heat, but I'm sure she's going to come under pressure from Maiju Kanlauri of Finland as she just lays in wait there, a couple of lengths back through these early stages of the race. And I think that's the thing with single sculls, so easy for athletes to make big pushes, big impact as they go through the course. It's just them that have the control over their boat speed, over their race plan, their technique, and so we can see quite big changes and swings in the distances between athletes, quite big sprints, and people being able to make huge changes on a short turn of a stroke. So as we come towards 750 metres, it is still Hungary's Gadanyi that leads the way, but given the times through the heats, well, it was basically level at the finish line with Kanlauri of Finland. So expect a good race there in the centre of the course. It's then Georgia in 3rd and Armenia in 4th.
Siamo al passaggio dei primi 500 metri e la battaglia inizia a decollare con l'Ungheria che prende il vantaggio, una buona azione per l'atleta ungherese Zoltana Gadanyi davanti alla Finlandia, già 4 secondi di vantaggio, il crono recita 1:51,25 contro 1:55,58 per la terza posizione, invece la possibilità di rientro della Georgia davanti all'Armenia.
Well, with the best view of this C final, it's our commentators at 1,000 metres. Richie, what's the story of this first race?
Just coming up with about 10 strokes away from the halfway mark. The Hungarian really going for it here, up at 35 strokes per minute over the last 500, and she stretched out the lead. She opened up, as Camilla was saying, blistering start from the Hungarian, and now powers on coming through the halfway mark, just through there in 3:48, absolutely flying at about 5 boat lengths, then back to the Finnish sculler, and very tight times, as we mentioned, coming through the heats earlier on. They were well off the pace of the crews that went through to the semi-finals, almost 10 seconds between them and the nearest crew that qualified through the times. These two well on their way down to the second half of the race, and just coming up to the halfway mark now, it is the Georgian sculler, 31 strokes per minute, so much lower rate compared to the leading two. Sculls going out there, just powering through now at the moment, about 2 lengths ahead of the Armenian sculler. We mentioned yesterday the Armenian sculler, haven't seen her race since 2015 when she raced in the lightweight women's single at the 2015 championships, where she placed 20th, back now racing 16 years later. But no doubt about the leader here. The Hungarian powers on, continues to move away from the field, and that tight race that we thought between Finland and Hungary not playing out.
Sì, come al passaggio dei 500 metri, ancora in testa vediamo l'atleta ungherese forte della sua esperienza, è il 12° anno ai massimi livelli. Per la seconda posizione ancora la Finlandia, seguita dalla Georgia e l'Armenia. Atleta ungherese con un ritmo di 32 colpi al minuto, fa l'andatura sulle proprie avversarie e cerca ancora di aumentare il proprio gap fino ai 1500 metri.
So Zoltana Gadanyi from Hungary powers on again, 14th at last year's European Championships, and now back here contesting the C final, leading it out well. Last time we saw her race was in Lucerne at World Cup 3, where she placed 12th in the women's single. She makes her way down now into the last 500, just about coming up on that marker now. The Finnish sculler back off the pace here, a little bit further back, again was racing in Lucerne in World Cup 3, where she placed 18th. So they did race against each other in the same category just a couple of weeks ago. But the Hungarian sculler through that 500 metre mark now, and it's a 10-second gap, be it back to second place. So she's in full control here, really good rowing and getting out to that early lead and building on it through 500, through 1,000, and now coming in with 500 to go. She's well ahead of the chasing pack, led by the Finn, and then it's the Georgian sculler just coming up ahead of Armenia. They're the 1, 2 and 3 4 to get us underway with the final C, the women's single sculls coming in towards the finish. Impressive stuff here from the Hungarian.
Guardate che spettacolo ancora in chiusura, il vantaggio sempre più importante dell'Ungheria. Zoltana Gadani va addirittura ad allungare ai 1500, il vantaggio è di 10 secondi rispetto alle avversarie, un vantaggio importante per lei che lo scorso anno fu 14esima ai campionati europei. La vittoria della piccola finale, la finale C, le garantirebbe il 13° posto, quindi un salto in avanti anche nel ranking generale per andare così a confermare il suo valore sul traguardo. Non cambia più nulla e l'Ungheria a fare da locomotiva in questa finale C.
It's been a dominating performance for Gadani of Hungary from stroke one all the way through, and a brilliant performance from her, especially given she's managed to improve on her European ranking from last year. If she maintains this lead, which it looks very highly likely that she will, she's moved from being 14th at last year's championships up one place to 13th at this year's championships in Varese, and indeed she crosses the line there. A great and stunning performance from her. Up goes the rating here for Kanlauri of Finland. She couldn't quite get as close on times as she did through the heats to the Hungarian, but these two still miles of clear water clear of the back of this field. And in third place running at the moment is Gaprin Dashvili of Georgia, and Varese of Armenia just trailing a few lengths behind. An excellent recovery there from the Georgian Marian Gabrishvili, who just clipped a boy, clipped her lane, almost capsized, but managed to regain control of her blades and get herself across the line for a third place finish here in this C final of the women's single sculls. And then finally, it's Armenia's Aneta Bargashian, who is the next sculler and the final sculler to cross the line here in this C final. The next race already at 1200 metres gone. It's the C final of the men's single sculls. Richie, it's come flying past you. What's happening?
Well, the one thing that has happened is they were hit by a little bit of a wash here coming through the 1,000-metre mark, so a couple of unhappy scullers on the way down to you there. Leading it out, the Lithuanians sculler, a bit disappointing. I see he was sixth in World Cup 1 back in Seville. He's here now contesting the C final, leading it out ahead then of Gabriel Soares of Italy in second place. Wheeling of Netherlands moved from fifth into third, so he's motoring nicely in third place at the moment, ahead of Croatia, Austria and Finland. They're about to come into the last 500 here, but impressive stuff from the Lithuanian.
Sì, al passaggio dei 1000 metri l'atleta lituano è partito forte, anche qui è passato per primo, seguito ovviamente da Gabriel Soares, quindi la nostra attenzione è puntata su di lui. L'atleta olandese invece è partito un po' più piano, passaggio dei 500 metri come quinto, ma in rimonta ai 1000 metri è passato per terzo.
So impressive stuff here from the Lithuanian. He powers on again, just coming through with over 500 to go, or under 500 to go. It is Lithuania, Italy, Croatia. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Netherlands, Austria and Finland back in 4th, 5th and 6th. Very little between the Lithuanian and Italian sculler. The Italian trying to make inroads, and he's done that over the last 500, eating into the lead. The Lithuanian had opened up. So it's coming to a tight race between first and second, a little bit further back. And David Sane of Croatia, Sitin Wieling of the Netherlands really tight for third and fourth as they come into the run into the finish. But impressive here from the Lithuanian. He went from at the very first stroke and he powers on towards the line.
Ed eccoci dunque in chiusura, la grande accelerazione conclusiva. Se da un lato la Lituania continua a fare il ritmo, dall'altro Gabriel Soares, atleta azzurro di Besozzo, sta cercando di andare ancora a rinvenire sulla Lituania. Guardate l'aumento strategico, il numero dei colpi, il frullino conclusivo, lui che di fatto ha scritto la storia dei pesi leggeri con l'argento a Parigi come apice assoluto. Ora la transizione tra i senior è l'inizio di un nuovo percorso. Gabriel Soares prova a rientrare, ma la Lituania è sempre davanti.
Look at Gabriel Suarez go. The rating is just sky high here. 45 strokes a minute to try and latch on to the stern of the Lithuanian Dovydas Nemadovicius, who has been cruising at the front of this C final. He takes a little look to his left to see the line and unbothered by the charging Italian into the final few hundred meters. Suarez will take second though in this C final. It would then be David Shane of Croatia, always contesting super well in the single sculls for the Croatians. It will then be Stein Wieling of the Netherlands, followed by Julian Scherbel of Austria, who sticks his hand in the air. We'll have to wait to see whether that protest is going to be taken. Let's see what the umpires have to say about that, but hand firmly in the air. And then finally, Kasper Hervelampi will cross the line in final place and also puts his hand up. So we'll wait to see what the umpires say about that one, but that is the current results of that C final of the men's single sculls. The men's double sculls now at 1,000 metres, and this is the, as I say, placings 13, 14, 15, 16 to determine Bulgaria, Denmark, Sweden, Ukraine and Norway. Richie, what's happening with this race?
Really tight race here. They're just coming up on the halfway mark now, and there's about a length and a half separating first to fifth. Coming through, leading it out, Ukraine read through 500. They're leading now at the halfway mark, just over 1.7 seconds ahead of Norway in second place, moving from third into second. Norway just in the last few hundred. Sweden then in third place ahead of Bulgaria and Denmark, but just over 3 seconds separating the five crews. It's really, really tight here. The Ukrainian crews, bit of form there, racing in World Cup 2 where they placed 10th. New combination from the crews there with some of the athletes moving from the 4 into the double, so it is a slightly new combination that we have racing here. They're leading it out. The Norwegian crew staying with them though, powering on and matching each other with both speed and on the stroke rate as well, so a real tussle going on between them, but with an overlap of the other crews as well, all within striking distance of getting up into the lead.
Una gara spettacolare ci attende in questa finale C del doppio maschile. Meno di 3 secondi separavano dal primo al quinto ai 1000 metri. In testa l'equipaggio ucraino, decimo alla Coppa del Mondo numero 3. In seconda posizione in rimonta la Norvegia, seguita a corto rango dalla Svezia, la Bulgaria e la Danimarca.
So down towards the 500 to go they go, and Ukraine just about holding on to the lead here. They're coming under pressure from the Norwegians in second, and then it's still a tight race back to the Swedes holding on to third, ahead then of the crews from Bulgaria and Denmark, just slipping back a little bit off the pace in fourth and fifth. Through the 500 to go, we see that the Ukrainians haven't shaken off the Norwegian crew, so the Norwegian crew eating back slightly into the lead that the Ukrainians had. These two starting to move away from Sweden and Denmark and Bulgaria back for the lower positions, third, fourth and fifth at the moment. But exciting stuff here from the crew from Ukraine. They're still at 39 strokes per minute coming down the track, super quick, and they're looking to make sure that they have enough of a cushion coming into the run into the finish and hold off the Norwegians. They do have a sprint finish and they're coming to try make a charge here. They go up to 39 strokes per minute. So as we approach the line, it's going to be that two-boat race between Ukraine and Norway. Let's see what sprint finishes might come the way of Bulgaria, Denmark and Sweden to close it out.
Sicuramente una gara ancora aperta, una di quelle gare che può cambiare fino in fondo. D'altronde il segnale l'avevamo già avuto anche nelle prove di qualifica, quando di fatto questi equipaggi erano rimasti fuori per meno di 2 secondi tutti insieme. Ed ora la grande corsa conclusiva, sia al centro l'Ucraina sta cercando di volare via, la Norvegia è molto vicina, ma attenzione all'esterno al pericolo della Svezia.
Well, the crowd that have gathered here early on the Lago di Varese being treated to an excellent race here in this men's double sculls C final. It's still Ukraine out in front, Kalashnik and Kovalov. But look at this race behind for second. The Norwegians are the ones that have held on to it, showing form. Denmark have been charging through this final 500 metres, but it's not going to be enough. Norway moving so fast, they've almost caught Ukraine, but Ukraine will go over the line first. Norway second. It will then be Denmark ahead of Sweden, and then finally Bulgaria, barely a couple of lengths separating that whole field. What a race there to determine those minor places in the men's double sculls. We go from doubles to pairs now. It's the men's pair B final. So this is places 7 through 12. Croatia, Norway, Slovenia and Germany. My apologies. It will be 7, 8, 9 and 10 here in this B final.
Ed ora ci spostiamo alle finali B, le finali di consolazione, quelle che vanno ad assegnare i piazzamenti dal settimo in poi. Si parte dal 2 senza maschile ai remi Croazia, Norvegia, Slovenia, Germania. Chi sarà il settimo assoluto?
Well, Richie, this men's pair event looking quite similar to the C final we've just seen in the men's doubles.
Yeah, absolutely. Really tight up at the front as they come to about 100 metres off the halfway mark. We're seeing the crew from Slovenia lead it out at the moment ahead of Germany. They're the 1-2. Norway back in third. Croatia and the Long Carriage Twins back in fourth place at the moment, and a little bit of work to do. But they all do have overlap here. It's been led out by the Slovenian crew. Centre lane there. They're able to just check and see they're in a nice position to know that they have a little bit of a lead coming into that halfway mark, just coming up on that timing marker now. So they go through about 3/4 of a length ahead of the German crew in second place. Really powerful rowing from the German crew as well. A little bit lower rate, but they're able to match the boat speed there of Slovenia. So through they go. It's Slovenia and Germany and Norway back in third place. Again, Norway overlapping with Germany. And Croatia in turn now have come back and gained on the lead that the leading three crews had opened up there. So it's overlap between all four coming down for final B. Similar times in the heats yesterday with the race, and it was just the Croatians maybe that were well off of the pace time-wise, but they're in here overlapping with the crews and in the mix for the B final.
Un'altra finale tutta da scoprire. Solamente il traguardo decreterà chi sarà il settimo classificato, perché al passaggio dei 1000 metri l'equipaggio sloveno era in testa, ma meno di un'imbarcazione divideva la Slovenia, la Germania, la Norvegia e la Croazia, perché tutte quante le barche vogliono puntare alla settima posizione e far capire di che pasta sono fatte. In questo momento in testa abbiamo ancora la Slovenia con un ritmo molto più alto rispetto agli avversari di 39 colpi al minuto, rispetto alla Germania che però prova il rientro in questi ultimi 1000 metri.
So the Slovenians really putting down a marker here. They had a really great race in Seville back in World Cup 1 where they made the A final and placed 5th. So I'm sure they're looking to make sure that they win the B final here, get that higher ranking compared to the three chasing crews behind them. So they are continuing to lead it out. 39 strokes per minute they come down the track. Ahead then of the German crew on their inside. They've opened up more of a lead over the German crew just coming through the 500 metre to go there. So Slovenia from Germany ahead then of Norway and Croatia. They're starting to stretch out a little bit more. Those overlaps no longer there as they stretch into the last 500 here. But impressive stuff from the Slovenians. As I mentioned, 5th in World Cup 1, so I'm sure they would have been aiming to get it into the A final, but here contesting the B final, leading it out. And it's that German crew then of Brahms and Strangeman that are in second place. They're doubling up as well in the boat, but they raced in Lucerne most recently, placing in 10th position in that race. They also raced in World Cup 1 where they were in the B final, placing 8th. So again, a lot of pedigree between the two crews, but impressive stuff here from the Slovenians. They've led from the start and they'll run into the finish. Let's see if they can hold off the charge that's coming now from Norway as well as Germany.
Germania da un lato, Norvegia dall'altro, provano a stringere i battistrada della Slovenia che ancora una volta vogliono provare a riscattare. La settima piazza, tra le altre cose, garantirebbe anche una discesa verso il campionato del mondo. Guardate che spettacolo, dunque per l'1-2-3 con Slovenia, Germania, Norvegia.
It's still the Slovenians leading, but I could see that Norway put a big kick at 400 metres to go. Can they cling on to it as Germany charge here? Brahms and Strangerman, who are racing for their lives. So they're up at 43 strokes a minute, matching the Norwegians at 44. It is absolutely dead level, 3 strokes from the line. Slovenia will go over half a length ahead of the Germany-Norway battle. We'll wait to see what the finish line camera says about that one. It was oh so close. It will then be the Lončarićes of Croatia. Here are the unofficial results. It was indeed Svegel and Brigles of Slovenia over in first, and then 0.3 of a second separating Germany, who took second. Brahms and Strangerman ahead of the Norwegians, Wagnerud and Semstad of Norway, and then finally Patrick and Anton Lončarić complete the B final of the men's pairs. Next up, we've got the B final of the women's double sculls. Denmark, Ukraine, Italy and Austria.
Ed ora siamo in gara con la finale B del doppio femminile. Danimarca, Ucraina, Italia, Austria.
They're approaching 800 metres gone, and looks to me like Ukraine making the most of these beautiful conditions at the moment, but the Austrians hot on their heels, Richie.
Yeah, the Ukrainian crew coming from a new combination, coming from the single and the quad. They're leading it out here. They got off to a flyer of a start and held on to the lead through the first few 100 metres, through 500 metres, and now approaching halfway. They have clear water back to the two chasing crews that are nearest to them. That's Austria and Denmark. The Italian crew well off the pace, about 100 metres back in the race, and the rate down at about 27-28 strokes per minute. So they are doubling up in another boat, so maybe they're holding off to see how they get on there. There's another wash heading the way of the rowers here. Hopefully they can cope with the conditions that are coming up just as they hit the halfway mark. The Ukrainians go through, and as I said, that the Austrians just put on a squeeze there coming through that 500 metre mark, through 500, through 1,000, and they're now almost coming up level with the Ukrainians. So that lead they'd opened up has been eaten into. It's now Ukraine ahead of Austria, but just by about a length. Slight little bit of clear water back to Denmark in third place. They're the 1, 2 and 3 through the halfway mark, and now we're only coming up onto the 1,000 metre mark for the Italians, just coming through there, and there is another wash affecting some of the crews, but they seem to have gotten through it there without any issue. But leading it out here, impressive stuff from the new combination from Ukraine, leading out the B final.
Una nuova combinazione per l'Ucraina, sta dominando questa finalina del doppio femminile, seguita dall'equipaggio austriaco e per quello danese. L'equipaggio italiano gareggerà anche sull'otto femminile, quindi sta risparmiando sicuramente le forze e tenendo da parte il fieno in cascina per poter dare tutto in quella che sarà l'ammiraglia femminile.
So this new combination of combining, I mentioned there, from the quad and the single, now in the double sculls here from Ukraine. They are leading and pushing on towards the finish. They go through almost the 500 metre mark now. They're coming on up on that. The crew nearest to them is Austria. They are maintaining contact here, 38 strokes per minute, much higher rate than the Ukrainian crew at 35. They're trying to get back up on level terms. There's just about 5 metres between first and second at the moment. They're well ahead then of the Danish crew back in third in lane 1. And then it is more than 160 metres for the Italians back in fourth place, right down at 28. So they're definitely looking to control fourth place and hold off and see how they get on when they're doubling up in the boats that they're on later on this weekend. Through 500 we go, and the Ukrainians just about extend their lead from the Austrian crew. The Austrian crew really are trying their best to get back at 38 strokes per minute. They're trying to eat into the lead with overlap there, and I'm sure when they get a run to the finish we're going to see the sprint finishes coming very shortly. But impressive here from the Ukrainians, similar to the previous races we've we've seen are early leaders getting out and holding on to it as they come into the finish. But the Ukrainians here poised to take the win, but let's see what the Austrian crew, who've been at them the whole way down the course here, let's see what they can do in the sprint finish.
Guardate nello sprint finale quello che di fatto può accadere, può succedere. Purtroppo le azzurre si sono fermate e quindi nell'ultimo tratto non vedremo brillare i colori dell'Italia. Al centro indisturbata invece l'Ucraina, che riesce ad allungare ulteriormente il giro, una crescita importante davanti ad Austria e Danimarca, che andranno così a colonizzare le prime tre piazze della finale B.
Oh, the Norwegians have been trying to throw punches at Ukraine the whole way down this course. What can the former lightweight Lara Tiefenthaler in the stroke seat do? She's used to sprinting. She's used to high ratings. She's taken them to 41 strokes a minute. Ukraine still at 40 as they move in towards the line. I think Austria's challenge just dwindling now as they come into sight of the finish tower, and Ukraine will stretch back out to over a length's lead over the line in this B final of the women's double sculls. It will be a win for Ukraine ahead of Austria, who threw everything at that. It's then Denmark, Keller and Nielsen that keep the pace as they are, 36 strokes a minute through the line. And then finally, it's the Italians, Guerra and Natta, who will need a little bit of a boost from the Italian crowd to cheer them home as they enter the final 100 metres. The Italians over the line there to complete that women's double scull B final as we move now up to the men's double scull B final. Estonia, Poland, Belgium, the individual neutral athletes, Germany and the Republic of Moldova. And Richie, another absolute cracker coming towards you.
Absolutely. We spoke about us having a lot of coffee. It looks like the guys here racing in this boat class has done the very same. They go through 1,000 meters, sorry. And again, there's just a couple of seconds separating first to sixth. It's the neutral athletes leading it out. They went through 500 leading it. And again, the halfway mark, they're just about 3/4 of a length ahead of Moldova in second place. The Moldovan crew moving from fifth into second in the last 500, trying to establish themselves there alongside the neutral athletes. Then in third, it's the Belgian crew, who we thought maybe would factor into the A final. They're back in third, ahead of Poland, Germany and Estonia. It's just the Estonian crew in lane one on the far side that are running off the pace at the moment. But impressive stuff here from the neutral athletes. They are going out and going out hard. They're racing centre lane, so they got that preferential lane. They can see what's going on left and right of them. They're up at 38 strokes per minute, but impressive also right beside us here in lane 6. The Moldovan crew in second place at the moment. They're the 1 and 2. Belgium in the mix as well, but overlap between first and fifth in B final of the men's double sculls. Estonia, what work to do.
Sono frutto di una selezione fatta ieri. Questi sono gli atleti che sono purtroppo rimasti fuori dalla finale A del doppio maschile. L'equipaggio neutrale ai 1000 metri è passato per primo. La Repubblica della Moldavia invece è in rimonta, perché nei primi 500 metri era quinta e qui a metà del percorso è passata per seconda, seguita da Belgio, Polonia, Germania ed Estonia. Equipaggio belga che vuole riscattare la posizione di ieri, purtroppo al fotofinish è rimasto fuori dalla finale più importante, ma vuole un posto in questa finale B.
Impressive from the Belgians. They made a move just coming through 1,000 and into the last 500. They're about to go and they're coming back and pull through the Moldovans, and now they're putting pressure on the neutral athletes. Of course, they raced in the heats and semi-finals yesterday. Tough racing, and the Belgians were the fastest out of the 6 crews here in the B final, just ahead of the neutral athletes. So they're powering on and doing their best to get back into contention. They go through into the run, into the finish. Impressive stuff here from Belgium. I think they might be in a chance with get their sprint finish ahead of the neutral athletes.
Vedremo poi questo sprint finale se di fatto andrà a garantire il riscatto a una formazione che, ricordavamo anche ieri, aveva dimostrato di poter ambire ad un ruolo tra i big. Il Belgio terzo al primo passaggio, poi secondo, ed ora prende il largo anche davanti agli atleti individuali neutrali per portare a casa la vittoria e il riscatto nella piccola finale. Quindi il Belgio là davanti.
Crazy to see the Belgians here in this B final of the men's double sculls. Andries and Vivet, who excelled one out at the third World Cup in Lucerne, demoted to the B final, but a very dominant win nonetheless here. They will stretch out to clear water over the neutral athletes. It will then be the Republic of Moldova over in third place, followed by Germany and Poland, and then finally over on the far side of the course, it's Estonia that take that 6th position. We move to the big boats now. It's the women's quadruple sculls B final between Czechia, the individual neutral athletes, and Italy.
Ed ora siamo con la finale B del quadruplo femminile, una lotta a 3, Cechia, atleti individuali neutrali e Italia.
Another super close race coming towards our team at the 1,000-metre marker. Rich, we've really been treated this morning at the Euros, haven't we?
Yeah, absolutely. It's such tight racing when they're coming up towards us here, and no change in the setup for the women's quad sculls B final. Coming through 500 metres, it was just 0.56 of a second separating the three crews as they came through. The neutral athletes, the under-23s, were leading it out. They had the fastest time out of these three crews in the qualifying as well. They led through the 500-metre mark ahead of Czechia by just on the surge 0.17 seconds, so absolutely nothing separating them. And right overlapping as well was the Italian crew. They're all doubling up as well here. They were back in third by the narrowest of margins, just coming up to that halfway mark now. And again, the two crews leading, neutral athletes and Czechia, matching each other here, both speed and stroke rate. They just on the surge, it's the neutral athletes. It really was just down. That was the difference between which of the boats was on the surge with their stroke at the time they came through the halfway mark. So the neutral athletes lead it out through 500, through the halfway mark. It's barely the length of a bow number, I'd say, between the two when they came through the timer there, and just 0.02 seconds between them. So absolutely everything to play for between neutral athletes and Czechia. And the Italian crew a little bit further back, but still within striking distance, 2.59 seconds there when they came through. A little bit of clear water, but they could easily power their way back and come up and challenge the two leading crews.
Nella finalina del 4 di coppia femminile in testa vediamo l'equipaggio neutrale seguito dalla Repubblica Ceca per solamente 2 centesimi. Ha tardato l'equipaggio italiano che gareggerà anche nell'otto mix. Chiavini, Lanciano, Spirito e Borghi dopo avranno un'altra gara da disputare. In questo momento è una lotta a 2 tra la Repubblica Ceca e l'equipaggio neutrale per la vittoria di questa finale B del 4 di coppia femminile.
So the Czechia crew now move into the lead into the last 500. They've made their move, but the neutral athletes staying right with them. It's a slightly different crew that came fourth at World Cup 2 in Plovdiv just a couple of weeks ago, here with the addition of Zalilova in the stroke seat, who was racing in the mixed state as well. They are now striding out, but the neutral athletes responding. There's absolutely nothing between the two. It's nip and tuck the whole way down into the last few hundred metres here. They went through the 500-metre mark to go with just 0.08 separating them out here, but absolutely nothing impressive from Czechia. They've responded to the neutral athletes with every stroke that has come down, and I think we're in for a cracker of a race between these two as they run in towards the finish.
Corrono verso il traguardo le tre formazioni in gara nel quadruplo femminile, 4 di coppia che tra l'altro vede anche l'Italia, con le ragazze che di fatto hanno vissuto 10 giorni di fuoco. Mi riferisco a Lanciano e Spirito, il pilastro, l'ossatura di questo 4 di coppia che vede 2 su 4 reduci da Duisburg, dove furono medaglia di bronzo. E qui dunque inizia una nuova avventura con l'innesto di Chiavini e Borghi, loro che stanno cercando di portare esperienza a bordo di questa formazione. Intanto la corsa indisturbata con Cechia e Individual Neutral Athletes che volano verso il traguardo.
250 metres go was the first time that we saw any separation from these two crews that have been going at it every single stroke down this course. The individual neutral athletes, the ones that were taking the initiative here to get a canvas out in front over Czechia. The Italians clear water back on this race up at the front. But like I say, the neutral athletes, the ones that have pushed ahead, made themselves really fight it to the last stroke, and they will go over the line a half length ahead of the crew from Czechia. Italy coming in third. We've got the B final of the men's quadruple sculls now. Switzerland in 1, Ukraine in 2. We were due to have the Italians, the Olympic silver medalists, in 3, but unfortunately they've had to withdraw due to a medical reason. And then in 4, we've got Estonia.
Ed ora è il momento della finale B del quadruplo maschile, la finale che sarebbe potuta essere quella del riscatto anche per il 4 di coppia azzurro di Chiumento, Rambaldi, Panizza e Gentili, che in modo scioccante sono rimasti fuori dalla finalissima. Purtroppo per ragioni mediche sono stati ritirati, quindi vedremo solo Svizzera, Ucraina, Estonia.
Well, Richie, we're missing the superstars from this B final, but what else is happening out there on the water?
Well, the Ukrainian crew were very unlucky not to make it into the A final, losing out in the qualifying times by just half a second. So we'd expect them to be the fastest crew out here, and coming up on the halfway mark, they're leading it out. They're just about 3/4 of a length or a length ahead of the crew from Switzerland in second place. They're the 1 and 2. The Ukrainian crew back in third place then. Estonian crew, back in third place, overlapping with the Swiss as well. So all 3 crews fairly bunched up, but they're going for it here for the crew from Ukraine. A nice high stroke rate as well, and boat speed really consistent the whole way down. They're coming down at about 39 strokes per minute centre lane, so they have the 2 crews left and right and can see what squeeze and pushes are coming from them, and also hear them, because we can hear out on the water a couple of calls being made for the crews as they try eat back into the lead. Coming down into the second half of the race, the Ukrainians stretch out the lead that they had through 500 and through 1,000, and they're starting to move away. The Estonians doing their best to maintain contact with the crew from Switzerland, but it looks all the way of Ukraine coming into the second half.
L'equipaggio ucraino ieri è rimasto fuori dalla finale più importante per meno di un secondo e oggi vuole cercare il riscatto sulla Svizzera e l'Estonia. In questo momento Svizzera ed Estonia si giocano la seconda posizione nella finalina, perché l'Ucraina ha messo un'altra marcia e se n'è andata. Ha salutato tutti e ha preso un distacco di oltre un'imbarcazione sugli avversari.
So a new combination here from Ukraine. They were 14th in World Cup 3, but they did have a crew that got onto the podium in Plovdiv where they won a bronze medal, but different combination racing in Lucerne, and it's this combination racing here at the Europeans as well. They're leading out the B final and leading it out well. They stride on. They've shaken off the challenge that was coming through the halfway mark between Switzerland and Estonia, and the real race is going to be on for second here, because it's Estonia and Switzerland that have similar boat speeds. It's just the Estonians starting to make a move and pass the Swiss crew in the last few hundred meters. So into the finish they go. Ukraine really dominating the race here. They had a little bit of an overlap through the 1,000 meters, but they've shaken off the challenge of Switzerland and Estonia. The Estonian crew looking to get the better of Switzerland, but as I say that, the Swiss just start to wind up for the line, and I think that's where they're going to be. The exciting race for the finish is going to be.
Bellissimo il ritmo dell'Ucraina, riuscita a mantenere la barra dritta per tutto il percorso, 1,25 2,25, 2,52, 4,20, un percorso importante loro, la lotta è per la seconda e terza posizione con la Svizzera, composta all'esterno, cerca di andare a cambiare marcia e giro, buono il numero dei colpi, sicuramente più martellato dell'Estonia.
Yeah, the Swiss and the Estonians just unable to match this absolutely sublime sprint. They're floating forwards, Ukraine giving it all the time despite being up at 44 strokes a minute. It looks great out there. Brilliant rhythm being set by Dodd Hodko in the stroke seat. Switzerland will then win out the race for second ahead of Estonia in this three-boat race. So unofficial results there. Ukraine followed by Switzerland, followed by Estonia. It's our last B final of the morning, and then we're into semi-finals and final A's all the way through the remainder of the day. So for places 7, 8 and 9, this is the men's 4, Denmark in 1, Czechia in 2 and Poland in lane 3.
Ed ora abbiamo subito l'ultima finale B del campionato europeo in questa seconda giornata, il 4 senza maschile, Danimarca, Cechia e Polonia a contendersi settima, ottava e nona piazza assoluta.
Well, Czechia were the fastest qualifiers through the heats, but Poland deciding that they don't want to run to the form book here as they push out in front alongside Denmark, dropping Czechia into third place. Great fight up at the front of the field, coming in towards 800 metres gone, and a similar story that we've seen all morning. Some really brilliant tussles between our two leading crews, and at 800 metres, it's the battle of the red and whites, Richie.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff here from the Polish crew. They were just pipped by the Czechia crew by not even 0.28 of a second in the heats that raced yesterday. So the Polish crew looking to get the better of Czechia here in the B final. They went out to the lead through 500. They led just ahead of Denmark by about a canvas. Was only the distance between them. The Czechia crew overlapping back in third place then. So Poland, Denmark, Czechia was how it was set up for 500. Just as they come through the halfway mark now, we're going to see who our leading crew are, and it's lane 3 right beside us here. The Polish crew just by about a canvas. They're ahead of the crew from Denmark in second, Czechia back in third. The Danish crew were the only crew to go over 6 minutes in the heats yesterday, so they're really having a great race here, putting it up to the Polish crew. We're right beside the crews. We can hear a couple of calls being made now as they try push on and establish more of a cushion of a lead before they get into the second half of the race here. The Polish crew 8th in the 10th last time out at World Cup 3 in Lucerne. The Danish crew were 8th at that same regatta as well. So these are the two leading it out. Let's see how can Czechia disrupt the two leading crews.
Ultima finale B di quest'oggi, il 4 senza maschile, vede la Polonia, Danimarca e Repubblica Ceca interessati per la settima posizione nel 4 senza maschile. Ieri Repubblica Ceca e Polonia si sono sfidati, meno di un secondo separava questi due equipaggi. Oggi vogliono la rivincita vedeva davanti la Repubblica Ceca sulla Polonia. Oggi invece la Polonia è partita veramente forte e le altre nazioni tocca inseguire. Danimarca e Repubblica Ceca ai 1000 metri erano separati di circa 2 secondi. In questo momento sta cercando la gara in rimonta la Repubblica Ceca, perché vediamo che sta aumentando il proprio ritmo. 39 colpi al minuto per loro, provano l'attacco per la settima posizione.
We're just coming up on that 500-meter marker, and it's still the Polish crew that are leading, but the lead eaten in slightly. The Danish crew starting to make inroads into the Polish crew in the last quarter of this race here. Czechia back in third. Again, they're going with them, so the Czechia crew well within striking distance of Denmark and Poland down to the last few hundred meters. Contrasting style with the race, the crew from Denmark and Czechia were 38, 39 strokes per minute. The Polish crew, 42 strokes per minute coming through that halfway mark, and they continue to maintain that high rate. Now we're seeing Denmark and Czechia take it up into 40 as well. Running towards the finish. What an exciting race we've had here in the B final of the men's 4. Poland leading from the start, but coming under pressure from Denmark and Czechia in the mix.
Quando viaggi a 42 colpi al minuto e mancano ancora 250 metri, devi essere certo di avere una grande sopportazione anche degli spilli nelle gambe. Adesso sicuramente si inizia a sentire una grande fatica. La Polonia continua a viaggiare addirittura 43 adesso al minuto per mantenere la testa su Danimarca e Cechia. Guardate però il sorpasso all'esterno è sempre più vicino.
Wow, Poland are really having to cling on here with their fingernails because here come Denmark. They've been charging for the line from 250 metres. They've been sniffing out the win ahead of Poland, and I think they're going to do it on the line. Just maybe we'll wait for the results to come through, but I think Denmark there with the speed and momentum to carry them into the lead ahead of Poland, who led to every single timing marker ahead of them. We'll wait for the confirmation, and as the results come trickling through, Czechia are third place there in that B final of the men's fours.
Wow, un arrivo incredibile, l'avevamo chiamato e soprattutto quando si viaggia così può succedere e di fatto è successo. Vittoria della Danimarca per 0.04 sulla Polonia, al terzo posto la Repubblica Ceca, punge questo arrivo.
Well, there is the confirmation. It was Denmark on the line by 0.04 of a second. That's absolutely phenomenal stuff from Poulsen, Sundengard, Velberg and Simonsen from Denmark, all the way over in lane number one, sprinting through Poland on the line, and then Czechia rounding out our B finals for the morning. So that's it in terms of minor finals for this morning's action. We'll move into semi-finals, a little bit of a break now, 15 minutes for you to go and get yourself a coffee, get your sun cream back on, and then meet us back here for the semi-finals of the single sculls. Women's up first, semi-final one, kicking off local time at 10:05.
Non vediamo l'ora di ripartire col nostro programma. Semifinali 4 per la precisione, 2 del singolo femminile, 2 maschile a partire dalle 10:05. Poi dalle 10:35 tutte le finalissime che porteranno all'assegnazione dei primi titoli continentali.
I'm here in the grandstand and we're all having a great time. We can feel the tension, the atmosphere building up as we move to the semi-finals and the final. I'm here with the Danish contingent of Varese at the European Rowing Championships. Come on, Varese, we need to get a little bit more energy going on in this grandstand. But I'm actually joined here by Fred. Fred, you rowed for Denmark back in the day, but it's actually your first time here in Varese. You're one of the few people, I have to say, who's here for the first time. How have you found the whole experience? How's it going?
Yeah, I'm very pleased to be here. It's so wonderful, it's beautiful, and it's actually my first time here in Varese. I rowed back in the 80s, 89, 90, and today it's my daughter's, it's her race I'm looking at. She's rowing a double sculls, and it's wonderful to be a daddy sitting here and looking at the race.
I can tell you're a very proud father looking at it. What's it like? You know, you rowed, but obviously your daughter here, highest level in the double sculls semi-finals. Are you a good watcher? Do you stay calm or not at all?
To be honest, it's awful. I'm really nervous.
In terms of your experience here in Varese, you know, what have you been doing? Have you been enjoying the local culture? How's it all been are you making a holiday of it as well?
Yeah, si mangia bene in Italia, si beve bene. I liked Italy. You eat very well here, and it's wonderful weather. It's a little bit warm, but I like it.
Fred, thank you so much. I'll let you be. Settle your nerves before your daughter races. We've got friends from Czechia who are here behind me. How's it all going? Let's have another look to see who is with us. We've got some Norwegian fans who were shouting earlier on. Hello, Norway. How are we doing today?
Very good. Yeah? Very good.
Good. In the shade as well. You managed to find some good seats. Very, very clever. We've got some Swiss fans who are here as well, and what you love about our Swiss supporters is they've come with the traditional Swiss bells. Here we go, family as well. I'm going to sit down here, take my seat. How's it going? How's Varese?
Oh, very good, always. Varese is always nice.
Family, I assume, coaching. Who are you following here today?
No, I have two daughters in the quad starting from Switzerland.
That's amazing. Congratulations. There we go, Varese. We're carrying on our little tour. Make sure that you get your flags out. We want to see your flags. Show us where you're from. We've got some fans from Poland who are down there. Hello. Ecco, ci sono degli italiani. Dove sono gli italiani? Team GB are here as well. Team Croatia. Team Germany are here. Hello, Deutschland. Eccola la bandiera italiana, grandi, siamo a Varese. We're about to head back into the semi-finals, everybody, but keep the energy up. It's now serious business coming up. Camilla, Luca, take it away.
Thanks, Simon. Thanks for getting the crowd ready for these semi-finals. Great to see all the different nationalities waving those flags in the grandstand because we've got some great semi-finals to look forward to. I always enjoy the singles. It feels like a real gladiatorial battle, and we've got some great names to look forward to today. And no other than a few Olympic champions coming down the course. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. Just a few moments' time, we'll kick off with those women's single sculls semi-finals.
La partenza è proprio sempre più vicina e dopo aver fatto un tuffo in tribuna ci avviciniamo per andare a seguire quelle che di fatto saranno le gare dentro o fuori, dove il tempo non conta, l'obiettivo è entrare nelle prime 3 posizioni per riuscire a strappare il biglietto che ti porta in finale. Finale del singolo maschile e femminile. Va a incoronare i veri eroi e avremo campioni olimpici a gareggiare, pronti a rincorrere anche il titolo europeo. Si parte alle 10:05. Volete un riferimento preciso? 3 minuti e 20 secondi da ora.
Here we are. This is the first semi-final of the women's single sculls. 3 crews to go through to our A final tomorrow to fight for the medals, and the remaining 3 will go through to the B final. In lane 1, we've got Alice Prokasova of Czechia. In lane 2, Victoria Senkucha of Lithuania. In lane 3, Marazin Guibert of Belgium. In lane 4, Lauren Henry of Great Britain. In lane 5, Frida Sangard Nielsen of Denmark. And in lane 6, Nina Konstanciak of Slovenia.
Ed è partito ufficialmente la nostra prima semifinale di giornata, il singolo femminile. Le immagini sulla Repubblica Ceca, poi Lituania, Belgio, Gran Bretagna, Danimarca e Slovenia. Queste le corsie in partenza nella specialità femminile del singolo, prima semifinale.
Such a tough, grueling and testing boat to be out there in these temperatures on the water. It is about you and you alone in the single scull. They'll all have had to cool down, prepared, been able to cope with these increasing temperatures out here on the water. And the best of these scullers at the moment, perhaps no surprise to see, Lauren Henry for Great Britain out in front by just the shortest of margins here over Victoria Senkucha and Marazin Guibert of Belgium. They're our leading trio at the moment. Really nothing more than a bow deck to separate them. But as we move through to towards the first 500 metres, we'll expect Lauren Henry, the sort of lead sculler in this pack, to start to make an impression.
Stanno provando a fuggire via, ma nessuno vuole rimanere indietro. Sicuramente i riflettori sono sulla campionessa olimpica del 4 di coppia, vice campionessa del mondo in singolo lo scorso anno a Shanghai, una di quelle atlete che non vuoi assolutamente perdere. Bellissimo il gesto di Lauren Henry, atleta britannica che cerca di fuggire su Lituania da un lato, all'esterno in acqua 5 ci prova ancora anche la Danimarca. È tutto aperto, passaggio dei primi 500 metri.
Well, into 500 metres gone, it's actually Victoria Senkucha that hits the timing marker first by 0.05 of a second. That just goes to show you how close these 2 women's single scullers are at this point in time. Senkucha, Henry, very familiar with one another. They've raced each other throughout the season. Senkucha, the Olympic bronze medalist in this category. Henry, an Olympic champion herself, but out of the women's quadruple scull. But she's rarely lost a race since transferring into this boat type. In fact, the only race that I can see that she's lost in the single was the final of the World Championships last year, where she took silver to Ireland's Fiona Mercer. So Senkucha putting tons of pressure here on Lauren Henry to respond. The 2 of them interlocked bow balls as they move towards 800 metres gone. And Richie, I just absolutely love watching this event.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, and I'm having a bit of deja vu because I watched them race in World Cup 1 in Seville, where we saw the very same thing happened when Senkucha of Lithuania went for it hard off of the start, opened up a fairly big lead at that race, but it was Lauren Henry that powered through in the last few hundred metres and passed her out. Much closer this time through 500, we mentioned there, it was Lithuania leading it out from Great Britain. Marzanne Guibert of Belgium back in 3rd, very much in touch, along with Nielsen of Denmark, and the Czechia and Slovakian sculler back a little bit further off the pace, back in 5th and 6th. Coming up on the halfway mark, and we'll see how that early lead that Senkucha went for in Lithuania powers on, but it does look like now, just coming up towards the halfway mark, we're starting to see Lauren Henry take the rate up and move into the lead just by about half a canvas, separating 1st and 2nd. So really great rowing here from Victoria Senkucha, really putting it up to Lauren Henry, and it's probably one of the closest races we've seen. We'll see how the second half of this race pans out into the last 1,000 metres. Marzanne Guibert holds on to 3rd at the moment, starting to stretch out ahead of Nielsen, and then it is further back to Czechia and Slovenia, in 5th and 6th place. But impressive stuff here, both from the Lithuanian and Great British scullers.
In testa al passaggio di metà del percorso la campionessa olimpica britannica ha un vantaggio di mezzo secondo sulla Lituania, obiettivo primario sicuramente quello di qualificarsi per la finale A. In terza posizione il Belgio, seguito dalla Danimarca. Entrambi vogliono la qualificazione nella finale più importante del singolo femminile, quindi non molleranno un colpo. Gara in rimonta per la Danimarca. In quinta posizione la Repubblica Ceca, seguita dalla Slovenia.
So 3 to qualify here, and at the moment it is Lauren Henry, Marzan Gilbert and Victoria Senkuta of Great Britain, Belgium, Lithuania. The 3 looking good to qualify here. The nearest challenger to that is Nielsen of Denmark, who has a little bit of work to do. Haven't seen much of Nielsen in the last, this season, in World Cup 3, raced and was 17. So here, vying for a position into the A final is a great race from Nielsen. But let's see how she gets on into the last few hundred meters. They're coming up on the all-important 500-meter marker to go, and it's still Lauren Henry starting to push on and open up that lead ahead of the Lithuanian sculler, shaking off the early leader through the first 500. Now push back into second and opening up a little bit of clear water. So a decisive move from Lauren Henry in the last 500 sees her extend the lead and opening up clear water ahead of Senkuta of Lithuania back in second. Gilbert looking good and secure for the third qualifying spot for Belgium in third position at the moment. Nielsen has a lot of work to do to eat into 4 seconds to come back into qualify into the A final. She might have to contest that B final. She's well ahead then of the Czechia sculler back in 5th position, and then it's Slovenia back off the pace some bit in 6th position. But down into the last few hundred meters we go, and it's Lauren Henry, a very familiar sight, leading it out. Senkuta of Lithuania doing what needs to be done to get the second qualifying spot, and looking good for Belgium for third.
Vedremo davvero chi riuscirà ad andare a prendersi quella seconda e terza piazza. Al comando è sempre lei, Lauren Henry. Guardate che bello il gesto tecnico, si gira a destra per trovare contatto visivo. Gran Bretagna che ha scelto il lago di Varese per preparare questo campionato europeo, ma anche il campionato del mondo in programma ad Amsterdam a fine agosto. È lei che corre indisturbata, quindi Gran Bretagna là davanti, poi Lituania e Belgio per la seconda e terza piazza.
Well, it's actually a great fight at the back of the field here as Guibert, who's been sat in third place, just starts to put in a little bit of a hike, a bit of a push here to try and latch on to Senkuta of Lithuania. I suspect she thinks that she's probably done enough to make that top 3 and into the A final, but it was the second 500 that really counted for Lauren Henry. She looks right towards the finish tower, towards the line to take the win in this opening semi-final of the women's single sculls here at the European Championships and punch her ticket into the A final. Senkuta, well, nice and controlled from her over the line, and Guibert of Belgium will be our third and final A finalist from this group of 6 scullers. It will be Nielsen that moves into the B final with that 4th position. Last year's bronze medalist from the European Championships out into the B final. She'll be disappointed there, but Guibert absolutely delighted with that performance for Belgium. Really pleased indeed. Last few scullers now coming towards the line, and it's Nina Konstanciak of Slovenia that rounds out the field in 6th.
Sul traguardo abbiamo dunque l'ufficialità, la vittoria della Gran Bretagna davanti a Lituania, terzo posto al Belgio. Queste le 3 singoliste che ci daranno appuntamento in finale A, in finale B le altre.
Well, let's find out who will be joining Great Britain, Lithuania and Belgium in the A final of the women's single sculls. Italy, Romania, Serbia, Ukraine, Switzerland and Germany in this second semi-final.
Ed ecco dunque la seconda semifinale del singolo femminile, già decollati in realtà quasi al passaggio a metà gara. Italia, Romania, Serbia, Ucraina, Svizzera e Germania, le nazioni a caccia dei 3 pass per la finale.
Well, it looks like it's Serbia out in front, Richie, but what's happening with the remainder of the field?
Serbia leading through 500 and also holding off the challenge of the cruise on the inside of her coming on through. It was Janssen of Switzerland in second place ahead of Germany, Romania, Italy and Ukraine. That sprint finish that we saw from Ukraine to qualify in the heats yesterday. She's off the pace back in sixth place at the moment there, Katerina Dudchenko. We were impressed with her race. Let's see how she gets on in the second half of the second semi-final of the women's single scull. No doubt about the leader though, it is Joanna Arsic, who came a gold medal winner in World Cup 2 in Plovdiv a couple of weeks ago. Raced last year in the women's pair where she placed in the A final both in the World Championships and at the European Championships. Now racing the single about half a length of Clearwater ahead of Janssen in second place. Quite a lot of under 23 rowers here with Janssen, Forster and Ifteni all coming through those races over the last number of seasons. So through the halfway mark, Janssen just about holding off Forster of Germany. Dudchenko starts to make her move from 6th into 4th coming through the halfway mark, and it means that Ifteni, the gold medalist from the under 23s just last week, pushed into 5th place ahead of Sauer of Italy back in 6th.
Ai 1000 metri l'atleta serba Jovana Arisic è in testa a questa seconda semifinale del singolo femminile. Tutto ancora aperto per la qualificazione della finale A, perché gli altri 5 equipaggi sono racchiusi in meno di 2 secondi. L'atleta italiana Anna Sauer, classe 1987, 11ª alla Coppa del Mondo, vuole questa finale A in questi ultimi 1000 metri. Provano tutte quante il rientro per la qualificazione della finalissima.
So we have to go back to 2023 at the European Championships, the last time Jovana Arsic raced and medalled there. She took the bronze medal that time round, but looks like to be having a great weekend racing here because she is still leading the race coming through with just over 500 to go. Centre lane has stayed in control from the start and down towards the finish. So really impressive here. The question, can Janssen hold off the challenge that's going to come from Forster and Dudchenko? They're the ones that are nearest to it, as long as Ifteni can maintain the boat speed as well as starting to move back along with the Italian. These two back in 5th and 6th with work to do to try get into the mix to 3 qualifying spots. Those qualifying spots at the moment, it's Germany, Switzerland and Serbia, the 3 that are in the mix. The Serbian leading it out, just coming through with 500 to go ahead of Janssen, is maintaining that 2nd place. And Dudchenko, we saw a really impressive move in the heats, moving from 6th to qualify in 3rd, and it's the same thing here now as well, in 500 in 6th place, but now coming through with 500 to go in 3rd place. But poised there is Forster of Germany. We know how competitive she is, having a great number of seasons coming from the under 23s, is poised there in 3rd place. So I think we're going to have a real battle here, running towards the finish. Arsic doing everything to hold on to the lead ahead of Switzerland. It's all eyes on Ukraine and Germany for the 3rd qualifying spot.
Wow, una di quelle gare che non vuoi assolutamente perdere. Guardate adesso, si fa sul serio, la Serbia da un lato che fugge via, ma attenzione perché Svizzera e Ucraina insieme suonano la carica, provano a rientrare, non possono lasciare nulla al caso. È fondamentale chiudere nelle prime 3 posizioni per accedere alla finale A e quindi continuare a rincorrere il sogno tricolore. Attacca la Svizzera, risponde l'Ucraina, ci avviciniamo agli ultimi 150 metri.
Arsic looks so strong out in front, just really levering well off the point where she puts the blades in the water, looking super strong. But look at this, vie for the final by Alexandra Forster, who's been lingering in 4th position. She's going for the sprint. She's going to catch Aurelia Maxima Katrina Janssen napping if she doesn't respond here, the Swiss woman. We've got 4 scullers all coming into the line, or only 3 places into the A final. Forster looks determined to try and overturn those scullers ahead of her. I think she left it too late. It was definitely Arsic over the line for Serbia in top spot, but then a photo finish for the remainder of the places there. My money is on Dudchenko and Janssen. I think Forster left it too late, but let's see what the official results say as they come through from that timing team. Indeed, it was Arsic over the line in first. 2nd went to Janssen of Switzerland, and then it was indeed Dudchenko of Ukraine. Those 3 will be progressing through to the A final semi-final of the European Championships in the women's single scull. First, a heartbreaking fourth for her, and then final results here coming over the line for Romania and Italy, who finish in 5th and 6th respectively.
Quando vedi 3 equipaggi chiudere in meno di un secondo, significa che sei davvero arrivato al top di gamma. Questa è stata la grande e spettacolare prova della seconda semifinale, ma noi voltiamo pagina.
The first of our men's single scull semi-finals now. Same progression system, top 3 through to the A final. Ukraine, Belgium, neutral athlete Zeidler from Germany, then it's Norway, Slovenia in lanes 5 and 6. And Richie, coming straight to you with this one, it's the Olympic and world champion looking to become European champion this year with this semi-final performance.
And he's leading it out. It looks like a race of 2 different races here, because Ollie has moved into the lead through 500 and now coming up on the halfway mark, extending the open water lead that he has. Quite high rate here as well from Ollie, 38, 39 strokes per minute coming up on the halfway mark. Ahead then at the chasing pack, which are the 3 scullers bunched together, being led at the moment by Zalati, the neutral athlete, Huil of Norway in 3rd place at the moment, and then Van den Busch, that medalist from World Cup 1 in the mix back in 3rd. Just a little bit off the pace then coming up, it's the Slovenian sculler coming through the halfway mark there in 5th place, ahead of Ukraine in 6th. But no doubt about the leader here, German sculler, centre of the lane, would be favoured for the final when we get to it, but one job to do, and that's get into that final. He's leading it out centre lane at the moment, and Zalati the best of the rest. Just as I say that, it is Huil who starts to make a move and now passes out. Zalati coming up to take 2nd place. These 3 starting to push on, and the eyes will be on Van den Busch, who needs to respond now to try get back in the mix, but it's looking fairly well established between Germany, Norway and the neutral athlete.
2 gare all'interno della stessa, perché Olli Slider ai 1000 metri aveva creato un solco sui propri avversari per la qualificazione della finale del singolo maschile. Ci sono in palio molti record, perché nel caso dovesse vincere Olli Slider raggiungerà Andrei Sinek 4 europei per loro, invece nel caso dovesse vincere l'atleta greco andrebbe in un club molto ristretto dei vincitori sia delle Olimpiadi, del campionato del mondo e dell'europeo. In pochissimi ci sono riusciti, quindi una gara nella gara. Nel passaggio dei 1000 metri il tedesco era davanti al norvegese, all'atleta neutrale e all'atleta belga. Tutti cercano la qualificazione per questa finale, quindi vediamo al traguardo chi riuscirà a spuntarla.
So 3 crews are leading out. The 3 scullers from Germany, Norway and neutral athletes look like the 3 coming through with 500 to go. Ollie leading it out. Zeidler from Germany well ahead now, almost 6 seconds ahead of Zalati, who now moves from 3rd back into 2nd in the last few hundred metres. Van den Busch in 3rd at the moment. These 3 looking good. Really decisive move there from Van den Busch to move into 3rd place. Just checking to see the system update here and see how we're getting on. We're having issues with the data for Norway, but I think Norwegian sculler may be running into issues. Can't see, they're gone out at our eye line here, but the person's with best view is down in the tower. A familiar sight here, Germany leading it out. The question is, who's going to get those other qualifying spots?
Guardate che spettacolo alla Schirana, abbiamo il meglio, e adesso che si può buttare l'occhio sul campo di regata, Olli Zeidler, la nuova leggenda del singolo maschile, campione olimpico, campione del mondo, vuole vincere anche l'europeo per diventare il migliore atleta di sempre, il Triple Crown, se dovessi descrivervela così, è lì davanti a luce, può anche fermarsi per un caffè, si vola verso il traguardo.
Zeidler from Germany has just looked so strong this year, almost unbeatable. I did say he was a world champion, but that was all the way back in 2023 because he had to forego his world championship title last year. He only managed to get silver in Shanghai, but he is looking completely untouched out here on the waters of Varese. A real statement to make from the reigning Olympic champion. Zalati, who finished in bronze last year, were at the Worlds across in second, and then a really tight finish there between the Norwegian and the Belgian for that third and final place into the final. I think it was Tristan van den Busche of Belgium, and indeed they're confirmed by the timing system that it was Tristan van den Busche ahead of Jonas Juul in fourth position, who will progress through to the B final in this European Championships. But yeah, a real effort there to the line for the remaining places into the A final. Next race already underway, and this is the second semi-final of the men's single sculls. Sweden in 1, Hungary in 2, Greece in 3, the reigning world champion Stefanos Duskos. It's then Switzerland in 4, Great Britain in lane 5, and Romania in lane number 6.
Ed ora la seconda semifinale del singolo maschile con Svezia, Ungheria, Grecia, la Svizzera e ancora Gran Bretagna e Romania, anche questa da non perdere. Non voglio svelarvi subito tutto, andiamo a seguirla.
They've passed through 500 metres, nothing to separate these crews out on the water. These single scullers all punching for those A final places where they could be in with a shot of getting a European Championships medal. Perhaps no surprise to see the Greek out in front. They always peak really well for the European Championships, and Stefanos Duskos, no exception to that. The Olympic champion from all the way back in Tokyo, the former lightweight who is always nipping at the heels of the top scullers and breaking onto the podium when he's at his best, is out there at the front of the field ahead of Kai Schätzler of Switzerland. It's then a real tussle for third, overlapping boats all the way down between Sweden, Romania, Great Britain, and Richie. This is going to be another close one to call here at the finish.
Yeah, unlike the previous heat where we saw Ollie Zeidler dominate, here we have a couple of crews all in the mix for the leading position and that first qualifying spot. Tuskos doing what he usually does, up at a very high rate here, 36, 37 strokes per minute, has about half a length over the Swiss sculler, Kai Schätzl in second place. They're the 1 and 2. A little bit further back then, the Swedish sculler just about holding off the challenge of Shiruta of Romania in third. Gar of Great Britain in fifth position ahead of Pedivare Molnar of Hungary. Pedivare Molnar, and a little bit of work to do here along with James Gar. We saw a sprint finish from James to get him in the mix here into the semi-finals. Let's see how the second half plays out as they make their way down. But impressive here from Tuskos. We never know which Tuskos we're going to get, because last time out he was 19 in World Cup 1. Didn't have a great outing in Seville, but leading out the semi-final here ahead of Schätzl. Impressive from him in second, and it's Sweden and Romania battling it out for third at the moment.
Seconda batteria di qualificazione del singolo maschile, solo 3 sono i posti per la finale A. In questo momento Svezia, Ungheria, Grecia, Svizzera, Gran Bretagna e Romania si giocano le prime 3 posizioni. L'atleta greco è in testa e fa l'andatura, ma subito seguito da quello svizzero e quello svedese. Provano il rientro la Romania, la Gran Bretagna e l'Ungheria.
So this Greek sculler takes it down to about 35 strokes per minute. He's striding out here, opening up the lead, but impressive from Kai Schätzl of Switzerland in second place. Kai racing in a lot of different boats, the doubles over the last number of seasons, now having raced in his World Cup 3, where he placed 5th in the A final, so I'm sure he'll want to get into the mix for the medals. Job at hand needs to get into the final, so he's marking Tuskos on the run into the finish. These two starting to push on, very little between Kai Schätzl and Tuskos as they came through with 500 to go. Just 0.29 of a second. So Schätzl continues to put pressure on Tuskos in the run-in, and then so tight between Sweden and Romania for the third qualifying spot. It's Hungary, Pedivare Molnar moving from 6th into 5th over the last few hundred metres, but off the pace along with James Gar of Great Britain. In the run-in towards the finish, it's going to become Tuskos and Schätzl, Greece and Switzerland for the first qualifying spot, but all eyes are now going to be on Sweden and Romania, putting increased pressure on each other for the third qualifying spot, running towards the finish. Can they make any inroads to Greece and Switzerland?
Ed ecco che inizia la battaglia verso il traguardo, andiamo nella volata conclusiva, due storie completamente diverse. Da un lato una perla di Lucerna, una produzione di un atleta nato e cresciuto a pane e canottaggio, all'esterno un campione olimpico del singolo. Riuscirà l'atleta svizzero nel colpo della vita, il sorpasso sul traguardo, l'ha sognato, lui che ama l'Italia, ha anche un motoscafo di legno meraviglioso per aggiornarvi e darvi una cosa in più, ma tra i due litiganti potrebbe essere il terzo a godere. Attenzione all'ingresso ancora della Romania.
It's the Swissman that emerges from the field as our race leader with 10 strokes to go. But here comes the sprint from Mihai Chiruta. Not for long, Switzerland stays in the lead because he winds it down, Schätzler, to allow Mihai Chiruta over the line first. The Romanian will take top spot through to the A final, followed by Switzerland, followed by our early leader, Stefanos Duskos. A late sprint from the Hungarian saw him try and feature up here with our leading scullers, but he just left it that little bit too late, and he finishes fourth ahead of Samuel Oskarsson of Sweden, and then finally James Gare of Great Britain will round out the field. But our three last finalists going through to the men's single sculls A final at the European Championships will be Mihai Chiruta of Romania, Kai Schätzler of Switzerland, and Stefanos Duskos of Greece.
Sul traguardo dunque abbiamo anche l'ufficialità con la vittoria della Romania davanti alla Svizzera e alla Grecia. Questi i tre finalisti che vanno a raggiungere i qualificati nella semifinale precedente, che daranno vita alla battaglia per il titolo continentale.
Well, that's it for our minor finals. That's it for the semi-finals. From now on until the end of racing, it is all about the finals. The first medals are about to be won here in Varese. The first European champions are about to be crowned. And Simon is getting ready with the crowd down in the grandstand.
Okay, Varese, now we need to increase the atmosphere. Come on, it's going to be our first final. Everybody stand up, come on. Let's get ready for this first final. Dai Varese, dobbiamo aumentare l'energia. C'è la prima finale. Vi vogliamo vedere ballare, vi vogliamo vedere cantare. Come on, Team GB, squadra italiana, stand up, let's go. Yes, Varese. Are we ready for the first final, Varese? Let's go. Show us your dance moves. Team Switzerland, show us your dance moves. Let's go. Yes, Team Poland, I like it. Great work, everybody. Well done, well done.
I'll go get the prizes. And if we do that, I think that might be a good throw too.
The first A final here at the European Championships 2026 here, lining up, ready to try and claim our first medals.
Italia, Ucraina, Germania, Israele e Francia, pronte a partire.
In lane number one, representing Italy, Daniele Stefaoni and Elena Colinero. In lane two, for Ukraine, it's Yaroslav Kauda and Anna Isanova. In lane 3, it's Germany. It's Paul Umbach and Jasmina Beer. In lane 4, for Israel, Salah Shaheen and Shahar Milfelder. And in lane 5, for France, it's Pearl Bouge and Morgan Godin. This is it, we're underway. This is the PR2 Mixed Double Sculls Finals. 3 crews to make the podium here. Gold, silver and bronze to be awarded. And out of the blocks, a brilliant start here for both Germany and Israel as they fire on all cylinders, getting themselves underway.
Ed è iniziata la grande battaglia, inizia la sfida ed ora si corre per le prime medaglie continentali. Siamo in gara con il doppio PR2 Mix, ricordiamo ancora una volta le corsie con Italia, Ucraina, Germania, Israele e Francia. Per gli azzurri, Colanero e Stefanoni stanno cercando di rimanere al centro del percorso. Il favorito indubbiamente sulla carta è l'equipaggio della Germania. Ucraina ha fatto un'eccellente preparazione, vedremo chi riuscirà a prendere la testa.
Well, it's the Germans, Paul Umbach, Jasmina Beer, who have set out with the mission of retaining and defending their European title out here on the waters of Lago di Varese. They're half a length up currently on the remainder of this field, but it is oh so close around them for the medals. It was Israel that was sitting in silver medal position, but France, this new combination, Pearl Bouge, who's been a stalwart of this boat class for a very long time for the French para team, joined now by new partner Morgan Godin in the bow seat to try and make an impact to see what this new combination can do through this Paralympiad. They are currently running in silver medal position. Up there for company as well, it's Ukraine's Kauda and Isanova, but all very close, not much more than a length separating all 5 crews.
5 equipaggi ancora molto ravvicinati al centro, lo chiamavamo al passaggio dei primi 500 metri, sono proprio i colori della Germania che stanno letteralmente dominando questa prova, hanno dimostrato di avere grandi qualità anche durante il corso della passata stagione, ma attenzione perché lì la Francia prova a rientrare insieme all'Ucraina per l'1-2-3. L'Italia al momento è quinta, avrà ancora gran lavoro da fare per rientrare, ma al centro la Germania non vuole farsi impensierire, anzi allunga ancora il margine di vantaggio e viaggia stabile a 34 colpi al minuto, evitando l'affanno in questa prova.
The Germans have bounced back so well since their disappointing miss out on qualifying for the Paralympic Games back in Paris. Ever since then, they have just been podium after podium. Like I say, already reigning European champions. They were silver medalists at the World Championships in Shanghai last year, and they're pushing back Paralympic medalists into the distance because Israel currently not featuring in a podium position in this second 500 metres. They're all the way down in 4th. They were bronze medalists back in Paris. So let's see what they can do in the second half of this course. And Richie, this first final on the water already looking to be a really tight one.
Yeah, the German crew leading it out and going for it, but impressive here from the French crew because they were one of the slower crews coming through in the preliminary race, but really putting it up here. And Pearl Bouge, so experienced, debuted over back in 2010 at international racing. A new combination here with Morgan Godin of France making his debut in the mix here as well. And they were in 3rd place coming up to the 500 metre mark. They're just approaching the halfway mark here, and the Ukrainians are absolutely motoring as well as they come back into the mix here. So through halfway we go, and just by about half a length, it's the German crew leading now from the crew from Ukraine in second place. They're the 1 and 2. France being pushed back now as Israel move into third place, so going from third into fourth, but just about half a length between the two crews from France and Israel, and they're running side by side here as well, so they're really pushing each other on. It's just the Italians off the pace at the moment, with Eliane Collegaro in the bow seat making debut here at this regatta. Daniel Stefanoni in the stroke seat. They're further off the pace here at the moment, back in fifth, similar to what we saw in the preliminary race. But no doubt about the leaders here. Germany continue to power on. Ukraine, though, having a really nice row and getting in, overlapping with the German crew. Real battle then between the two crews from Israel and France, back in third and fourth for that. But with all four leading crews overlapping coming into the second half of the race, it's all to play for the 3 medals on offer.
L'equipaggio tedesco è in testa in questo momento nella prima finale di giornata, il doppio mix PR2, seguito da Israele, Ucraina e Francia, una gara completamente differente da quella di ieri. Meno di 3 secondi separano il primo e il quarto posto. Tutti quanti vogliono una medaglia in questa specialità. La Germania era davanti, ma è attaccata a ruota dall'equipaggio ucraino. Ieri terzo nella gara preliminare, oggi sta facendo una gara completamente differente all'attacco sin dal primo momento. Vuole una medaglia d'oro.
So the two crews that were first and second at last year's European Championships are the two crews that are battling it out for gold and silver here coming into the second half of the race. Germany doing all the running so far, no strangers to the podium, multiple medals over the last number of seasons, including that European Championship gold in 2025. They continue to lead. The Ukrainians, the silver medalists from last year's European Championships, holding on to second and trying to put pressure on the crew from the Germany. And as I say that, it is the Ukrainian crew with 500 to go that move into the lead. They've just started to take the lead ahead of Germany. So are they going to reverse the fortunes of the medals from last year, where Germany took gold, Ukraine takes second, and now they are looking to lead it out and make a move from home? They're going early. Let's see what response we have from the German crew. The Ukrainians now at 36 strokes per minute, the faster boat speed out there. They power on here in the last quarter and continue towards the line. Ukraine leading ahead of Germany. The Israeli crew look like they have shaken off France now for that bronze medal. The French crew went hell for leather out of the start and did everything in the first half to try hold on to third position. They're now being pushed back into fourth. The Italians, as I mentioned previously, further off the pace in fifth place. So into the finish they go down into the last quarter here. Really exciting stuff. Can Ukraine claim the gold and reverse the 2025 results?
Quella è una bellissima domanda. Può l'Ucraina ribaltare il verdetto dello scorso anno? Sicuramente le carte in tavola ci sono. Germania, che è campione in carica, sta cercando di allungare il margine di vantaggio all'esterno. L'Ucraina prova a rientrare. Sarebbe sicuramente anche un bellissimo messaggio da portare a casa alla nazione. All'esterno l'Ucraina che cerca di andare all'assalto della Germania. È una lotta per l'oro questa finale europea.
Well, despite that charge from Ukraine that saw their bows break out into the gold medal position, Germany have fought back. They found a second wind here. Umbach and Beer, what can they do to cling on to their title? Ukraine, they've got very limited time here to respond once again. Have they got another gear to go to? I think they might do. This is getting so close in towards the line. Germany cling on by centimetres for gold here at the European Rowing Championships. They will be crowned champions of Europe ahead of Ukraine. It really took out everything from Isanova and Kuida to really punch back there, but they will be silver medalists. The bronze medalists will be Israel, Milfelder and Shaheen. What a podium that will be. That was astonishing as a finish there. Ukraine still look mighty happy with that sprint, even though it didn't quite get them onto terms with Germany. But there we are. Our podium placings will be Germany as gold medalists, followed by Ukraine and Israel in silver and bronze.
Sul traguardo dunque abbiamo anche l'ufficialità, una di quelle gare che non ti aspetti e che poi esce come un coniglio dal cilindro nell'ultimo tratto del percorso. Vittoria della Germania per meno di mezzo secondo, l'avevamo chiamata, poi a seguire l'argento all'Ucraina e il bronzo a Israele.
Well, we've got Simon down there in the victory ceremony area. Are they getting ready to hand out some medals, Simon?
Hi, Camilla. Yeah, absolutely. Everybody's getting ready. What a race, what a finish, and we need everybody to keep the energy high. But yes, I am in the victory ceremony area. This is backstage, really, where everything is going on with all of our wonderful volunteers that are here. So, Varese, let's give a big round of applause to all of our volunteers who are helping out, who make this event happen. Without them, of course, this event would not be possible. We've got the medals that are there. This is the prizes that are going to be handed out to all the crowd and our volunteers here who are all from Varese. Ladies, buongiorno, come state? Tutto bene? Che effetto è essere coinvolto in un evento del genere?
È particolare, speciale.
E cosa ti ha motivato a venire qua e fare questo?
Allora, io a livello familiare comunque sono vicina al mondo del canottaggio, per cui ne ho sempre sentito parlare e avendo l'estate più libera ho voluto provare l'esperienza.
Perfetto, perfetto. So part of a rowing family that was part of here, so definitely wanted to get involved in the experience. So here we go, all of our volunteers here, once again, getting ready for our first victory ceremonies that are coming up in just a few moments. So make sure we keep the energy high. Thank you to our volunteers. Grazie a tutti.
We've now got the A final of the women's pair.
Ed ora la finale del due senza femminile.
Once again, 6 boats, 3 medals, 1 European champion to be crowned. Switzerland, Czechia, Germany, Romania, Italy and Lithuania.
6 equipaggi, 3 medaglie, uno diventerà campione d'Europa. Svizzera, Cechia, Germania, Romania, Italia e Lituania.
Lane 1 for Switzerland, it's Olivia Roth and Sophia Meakin. In lane 2 for Czechia, it's Pavlina Flamikova and Anna Sanchakova. In lane 3 for Germany, it's Tobias Schenderkiel and Luisa Bachmann. In lane 4 for Romania, it's Simona Radic and Adriana Adam. In lane 5 for Italy, it's Alice Cadato and Laura Mariano. And in lane 6 for Lithuania, it's Kamila Kaliklaite and Ugne Jusnaitia. They're off and they're underway in this women's pairs event, and what a blistering start we've seen over in lane 6 from the Lithuanians. They have bolted out of the blocks and are a canvas up on the rest of this field.
Ed ecco la partenza ufficiale di questo due senza femminile, una gara che sta particolarmente a cuore anche all'Askiranna e al lago di Varese. A gareggiare c'è Alice Cadato, atleta di Oggiona con Santo Stefano, cresciuta fino ai Giochi Olimpici con i colori della Canottieri Gavirate, oggi professionista delle Fiamme Oro. Con lei Laura Merriano, atleta cresciuta sul lago di Garda, la Canottieri Garda Salò, anche lei oggi professionista ma dei carabinieri. Questa coppia cercherà sicuramente di trovare spazio e sono lì per la seconda, terza posizione.
Well, despite a blistering start, the Lithuanians have slid back into the pack here, allowing Romania to push out in front, led by the absolutely unmistakable rhythm of Simona Radic in the stroke seat, the Olympic champion from the women's 8, the reigning world champion in this boat class from Shanghai, joined by new partner in the bow seat, Adriana Adam, who herself a world silver medalist silver medalist from 2025 in the women's 4. So a great combination to come together, but they are going to have to fight against the home favourites from Italy, who have had a brilliant start here, Luca, out on home waters.
Se vi stessi per dire che ci sono 17 centesimi di secondo tra le battistrade e le nostre azzurre, probabilmente non ci credereste. Siamo lì ancora in barca, non c'è luce, 3 equipaggi in meno di un secondo a fare il ritmo. Come dicevamo, la Romania, l'Italia è lì per la seconda posizione, tallonata dalla Repubblica Ceca. La zona medaglie è sempre vicina.
Well, stroke by stroke, the Romanians are being reeled in here by the Italians. They're trying to respond. Their boat speed's gone up. And in third place, in bronze medal position at the moment, it's our World Cup winners from Czechia. A great season so far from Flamikova and Santrukova. What can they do here on the European stage? They're coming into sight of 1,000 metres. Another absolutely corking final for you, Richie, to take home.
Absolutely impressive here from Romania, as he said, going for it hard, and no better person to lead it out than the Simona Radic of the stroke seat of the Romanian crew, backed up now by Adriana Adam, moving from the 8 and the 4 into this new combination, and they're currently leading out the charge for that gold medal. Centre lane, they were the only crew to go under 7 minutes in the heats yesterday, so definitely the faster of the crews out there by a number of seconds. They lead it out, just coming up to the halfway mark now, but impressive here from the Italians. They placed 6th in World Cup 2 in Plovdiv, but they're just coming up to challenge and get a little bit of an overlap. They're in silver medal position, and it's just 1 length separating first and second at the moment. Half a length back then to the Czechia crew, our World Cup winners, in third at the moment. They in turn have a lead over the German, Lithuanian and Swiss crews, back in 4th, 5th and 6th, with work to do to try back into the mix for the medals here. All eyes on Romania, Italy and Czechia, the Italian crew on their home turf. Can they get back into the gold medal position?
In questa finale del due senza femminile ci aspettavamo un'ottima prestazione dall'equipaggio rumeno, le uniche ieri capaci di registrare un crono inferiore ai 7 minuti, vincitrici della loro batteria, inseguite però dall'equipaggio italiano e da quello della Repubblica Ceca a corto rango per la vittoria di questo due senza femminile. Anche la Germania però in questi metri vuole dire la sua e vuole rientrare per la lotta alle medaglie.
The Romanian crew, so many medals over the last number of seasons in different boats, the eights, the fours, the pairs, and this new combination. Push on again and stride out towards that gold medal. They've shaken off the challenge from Czechia and from Italy, and it's the Italian crew now being pushed down into the bronze medal position because the Czechia crew have timed it well here to put on a big push in the last few hundred metres. They moved to third, from third into second place and looking good for silver, but there's over 20 metres now separating the Romanian crew from the chasing pack. So impressive stuff here from Radish and Adam. They stride on towards that podium and towards that gold medal. It's now the 500 metres to go. The Italian crew being pushed down into third place. Czechia now moving into second. They're the 1, 2 and 3, and they're well ahead of the crews from Germany, Lithuania and Switzerland, who are running out of water if they're going to make inroads into the medal mix here. No doubt about the leaders, though, coming into the last quarter of the race here. Romania led from the start through 500, through the halfway mark, and now with less than 500 to go, they have more than 5 seconds separating them from Czechia and Italy in second place. Let's see what response we get from the home crowd bringing this Italian crew. Can they get back into the mix for the silver medal?
E questa è la domanda. Adesso inizia la battaglia, siamo negli ultimi 500 metri. Al comando è sempre la Romania, la Repubblica Ceca ancora forte della vittoria della classifica generale della Coppa del Mondo, sta cercando di mettere in difficoltà le nostre azzurre che adesso rispondono a 40 colpi al minuto, 2 in più rispetto agli avversari, e adesso che si scrive la storia per la prima medaglia azzurra a questo campionato europeo. Attenzione al pericolo Germania all'esterno che prova a rientrare sulle azzurre. Al momento siamo terzi, potremo andare a prendere una medaglia importante per spalancare la corsa a 5 cerchi.
Who could ever doubt the Romanians, the reigning European champion in this boat class? Simona Radish pushes on with her new partner to gold here in this women's pairs event. A few strokes out from the line, but look at this fight for silver. It was the Italians in the first half of this race, but Czechia have showed their strength and pulled through. Romania over the line as European champions once again in the women's pairs. Czechia will take silver. The Italians will pick up a medal here at this European Championships. It evaded them last year, but this time around on home waters in Varese, it will be bronze. A brilliant fight there from Germany in the final 500 to come fourth, and then Lithuania moving through in fifth ahead of Switzerland.
Wow, un altro arrivo da ricordare, e se da un lato abbiamo visto la strabordante Romania capace di controllare per tutto il percorso l'argento, è andato alle vincitrici del circuito della Coppa del Mondo della Repubblica Ceca, l'Italia è di bronzo sulle acque di casa.
The victory ceremony for the PR2 mixed double sculls. The medals are being presented by European Rowing Board member Jacomina Ravensbergen, accompanied by Vice President of Italian Rowing Federation Fabrizio Qualino. We now invite our bronze winner, Israel. Please welcome our silver medalists from Ukraine. Receiving the gold medal, Germany. Winners of the bronze medal, Israel, represented by Shaham Milfelder and Salah Shaheen. The silver medalists, Ukraine, represented by Anna Isanova and Yaroslav Kyuda. And now, your gold medalists and 2026 European rowing champions, Germany, represented by Yasmina Beer and Paul Umbach. Please join us for the national anthem of Germany. Varese, give it up for your medalists and European champions. Next up, we've got the A final of the men's pair. Lane 1 for Great Britain, it's Jake Winkham and Tom Digby. In lane 2, for Lithuania, it's Dovydas and Domantas Stankūnas. In lane 3, for Romania, it's Stefan Barariu and Florin Lahat. In lane 4, for Italy, it's Matteo Loddo and Giovanni Codato. In lane 5 for Greece, it's Antonios Papakonstantinou and Andreas Borkas. And in lane 6 for Switzerland, it's Jona Plock and Patrick Brunner.
Siamo pronti con la grande finale del due senza maschile. Gran Bretagna, Lituania, Romania, Italia, Grecia e Svizzera. Pronti a partire.
Green light and away we go. This is the start of the A final of the men's pair event. It was a brilliant time recorded through the heats by the Romanians, but they are going to have close competition from the Greeks, from the Italians, and again, that home advantage that Italy will feel coming into this final might just give them that extra boost that they need. Out of the blocks, though, it is Romania with that early lead.
Una partenza davvero importante per la Romania, che ha dichiarato di voler far doppietta. Dopo la vittoria del due senza femminile, anche la corsa col due senza maschile. Ma gli azzurri sono lì al momento in seconda posizione per cercare un bel colpo anche in questa finalissima al maschile. Un'azione tutta da vivere, Romania davanti, gli azzurri sempre in corsa.
Lauren Lahatch in the Romanian crew setting a punishing rhythm of 46 strokes per minute in the opening 250. They've settled now, and I say settled, down to 43 through this opening 400 metres. They do still have the lead, but it is close with the Stankūnas brothers of Lithuania, who are the fastest moving boat on the water at the moment. The two 26-year-olds, twins, so in sync, so well drilled, and actually they are starting to move up here on the boat from Romania. It's 500 metres gone, and through the timing marker, it's still the Romanians with the advantage. Lithuania in silver medal position, and then the bronze, well, currently with Italy, but Switzerland charging hard here, Plock and Brunner.
E ancora la corsa va a ridursi in un'azione che va a delineare quella che potrebbe essere la storia. Una storia che vede al comando la Romania, con la Lituania al secondo posto e la terza posizione contesa tra Italia e Svizzera, che ricordiamo con un'altra formazione fu di bronzo ai Giochi Olimpici di Parigi nel 2024, quindi una bella tradizione che continua. Ancora Romania davanti, Lituania, poi Italia, la Svizzera però potrebbe impensierire i nostri azzurri.
Still overlap just by a few centimetres between our leading crews, but as they approach Ritchie at 1,000 metres, I'm sure we've got some tasty action in store for this A final of the men's pair, hey?
Yeah, and they'll come down that bit quicker because the wind has picked up, and it's a nice tailwind now straight down the course, pushing the crews down just in the last half hour or so. That wind has picked up. So strong tailwind pushing the Romanian crew, who've led through the 500 metre mark. They continue to lead here at the halfway mark, being chased down by the crews from Lithuania and Italy. So could we see the Romanians go gold medal in both the women's and men's pairs? We just saw the women doing what need to be done, and here the Romanian crew stride out. A lot of new combinations we mentioned in the heats racing yesterday. Multiple boat medalist winners in all different categories, but now combining here, including the Romanian crew. They stride out and push on, and now just almost 3 seconds of a cushion they have over the Lithuanian crew in second. The Italians poised in third. Could it make it another bronze medal for the Italians? But coming under pressure now from the crew from Switzerland and Greece, who are paddling side by side here in lanes of 4 and 5, pushing each other on. It's just Great Britain off the pace, back in 6th at the moment. So still all to play for here. The Romanians going for it through the halfway mark. They've extended their lead, and now it's up to Lithuania, Italy and Switzerland and Greece to try to get back in the mix for silver and bronze.
Sì, l'equipaggio rumeno dopo un'ottima batteria di ieri è stato il miglior crono. Oggi ci sta deliziando di un ottimo gesto tecnico. Sin dall'inizio è scappata via dai blocchi di partenza e sta dettando l'andatura. L'Italia, l'equipaggio italiano al passaggio dei 1000 metri stava attaccando la medaglia d'argento sulla Lituania. Ieri entrambi nella stessa batteria ha avuto la meglio l'equipaggio azzurro. Per la terza posizione si giocano tutto queste due formazioni, arretrata Svizzera, Grecia e Gran Bretagna.
So down to the 500-meter mark, the Romanians go, still striding out and pushing on ahead of the chasing pack. And it's side by side for Lithuania and Italy for the silver and bronze medal coming into the last quarter. Romania coming through there, a blistering pace that they have gone. They've extended the lead again, doubled the lead they had at the halfway mark. Now it's almost 5 seconds that they lead out the Lithuanian crew. The Lithuanians just slightly ahead of the Italians on the surge coming through the 500-meter to go mark. So it's going to be a real battle here between Lithuania and Italy for that silver and bronze medal. Both crews up at 38, 39 strokes per minute. The Italians now up at 42. So into the finish line we go. The Romanians looking good. They're going to do the double here, it looks like, in the women's and men's pairs. And it's Lithuania and Italy battling it out for silver and bronze. The home crew, no doubt, going to cheer on Italy and try get them into the silver medal position.
Guardate adesso il grande spettacolo. Giovanni Codato segue la storia di Alice, gioca in casa, ci sono meno di 3 decimi di secondo, siamo a 44 colpi al minuto, la coppia azzurra sta cercando di rientrare sulla Lituania e adesso il pericolo Grecia si fa sentire, potrebbero tirarsi dietro anche i nostri azzurri che sono lì per le medaglie. Attenzione, negli ultimi 150 metri si scrive la storia e adesso che si fa la differenza e la Schiranna può far sentire quanto il tifo spinge per i nostri atleti azzurri.
Wow, behind the Romanians who are cruising out in gold. It is a scrap for these medals. Look at Greece go. Are they going to overturn Italy into the final few strokes? Breaking hearts. It's going to come down to the final stroke. I think the Italians held on for bronze. Lithuania in silver. Romania in gold. But we'll wait for that confirmation because that was a fiery, fiery sprint from Borkas and Papakonstantinou in the final 100 metres. We know the Greeks can unleash a fierce sprint, but my word, that was quite something. Let's see what that did for them, and indeed it's confirmed. Italy on the podium in bronze, Lithuania held on to silver, and a back-to-back gold for Romania in the women's and men's pairs. What an amazing morning it's been for them already, and we've still got so much action yet to come. But the Romanian national anthem will be ringing around the Lago di Varese.
Wow, sul traguardo dunque la conferma. Giovanni Codato e Matteo Lodo hanno dimostrato di avere cuore, grinta, carattere, ma soprattutto capacità di reagire a quell'attacco prepotente della Grecia. Dunque, ricapitolando, sul traguardo, l'arrivo, la vittoria della Romania, la seconda posizione alla Lituania, il bronzo, aggiungo, per 2 decimi di secondo all'Italia.
The victory ceremony for the women's pair. The medals are being presented by European Rowing Board member Eva Shanto, accompanied by sponsor David Filippi. We now invite our bronze winner, Italy. Please welcome our silver medalists from Czechia. Receiving the gold medal, Romania. Winners of the bronze medal, Italy, represented by Laura Mariano and Alice Codato. The silver medalist, Czechia, represented by Anna Santrakova and Pavlina Flemikova. And now your gold medalists and 2026 European rowing champions, Romania, represented by Adriana Adam and Simona Radis. Please join us for the national anthem of Romania. Varese, give it up for your medalists and European champions.
Standing by, please, quickly. 30 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the bronze winners of the women's pair from Italy, Laura Mariano and Alice Codato. Ladies, congratulations. First Italian medal here at the European Championships in Varese. You must be immensely proud.
Yeah, we are very proud about what we did today. This race was very difficult because of the heat temperature. We start very strong and we try to keep our speed, and we are very happy about about this result.
Well, congratulations once again. We'll let you get some rest and enjoy the moment, ladies. From Italy, our bronze medalists, Alice and Laura.
The A final of the women's double sculls now lining up there at the start line. It's Switzerland, Lithuania, the neutral athletes, Greece, Germany and Great Britain.
Ed ora la finale A del doppio femminile. Svizzera, Lituania, atleti indipendenti neutrali, Grecia, Germania e Gran Bretagna.
In lane 1 for Switzerland, it's Fabienne Schweitzer and Salome Ulrich. In lane 2 for Lithuania, it's Martina Kazlakskaitsia and Dovile Remkutia. In lane 3, the neutral athletes, it's Tatsiana Klimovic and Elena Furman. In lane 4 for Greece, it's Dimitra Kontu and Evangelia Anastasiadou. In lane 5, it's Germany. It's Lisa Gutfleisch and Sarah Viberens. And in lane 6, Great Britain, it's Sarah Mackay and Cam Nyland. This is it. This is the A final of the women's double sculls. Who will be crowned European champions from this group of 6? A clean start all around, but blasting out of the blocks as they often have fast starts, fast finishes. It's the Greek pairing of Kontu and Anastasiadou.
Wow, subito in partenza dimostrano il loro carattere, sono la coppia della Grecia, lì in acqua numero 4 hanno subito dimostrato di voler fuggire via davanti alla Germania che però non ci sta. Grecia e Germania che cercano di dare il ritmo alla sfida, ci escono anche in questo momento i colpi, sono a 40 colpi al minuto, subito forti fuori dai blocchi. Germania e Grecia stanno cercando di trovare subito spazio in partenza.
Well, the Germans now wanting to show face in this first 250 metres. They are in lane 5, Sarah Viberens and Lisa Gutfleisch. They're pressing on at rate 40 in these opening stages. Fastest moving boat on the water still at the moment. Greece also up there along with Lithuania. A little look across there from Anastasiadou in the stroke seat behind her. Dimitra Kontu, fresh from the under-23 World Championships just a week or so ago over in Germany, and a double under-23 world champion to that. So looking to add European medals to her collection, but has got a fight on her hands along with Lithuania and Germany at this early stage. 500 metres gone, and I think Lithuania will actually take the honours through 500 metres in gold medal position.
Voglia di andare ad imporsi, voglia di riuscire a centrare il grande sogno di tutti gli atleti in gara qui. La Lituania sta dimostrando di poter andare all'assalto dell'oro, ma ancora una volta la Grecia sta attaccando, e la Grecia l'avete vista anche contro il nostro 2 senza maschile nell'ultimo tratto, negli ultimi 150 metri può andare a fare quell'assalto che, se non è un buon margine, potrebbe farti sfumare la medaglia. E dunque Lituania, Grecia, Germania in questo momento quando ci avviciniamo ai 1000 metri.
Well, they are powering on. No clear water to be seen between the bows and the sterns of each of these 6 crews. Richie, and once again, throwing to you with a brilliant race on hand here at the Europeans.
Yeah, with the form we've seen over the heats and also the pedigree of the rowers that are in here, even in the new combinations that we have in some of the crews, it is absolutely blistering. They're coming down here with overlap right the way from 1st to 6th. The Lithuanian crews, we haven't seen Dovile Remkuche since the Olympics, now back racing here in this new combination with Martina in the bow seat. They were leading through 500 and they're leading it out here, but this Greek crew, so impressive. They have medals galore at under 19, under 23 and at senior. They're absolutely motoring here coming up to the halfway mark. They look that much more relaxed than the Lithuanian crew, and if anything, I think it's going to be Greece coming through, leading it through the halfway mark. Just coming through now, it is on the surge, Lithuania, by 0.13 of a second. There's nothing between them. The Lithuanian crew up at 38 strokes per minute, the Greek crew at 36. I have to say the Greek crew look the more relaxed out there. The boat is flowing nicely coming through the halfway mark. The neutral athletes, fastest out of the heats yesterday, are in 3rd place. Ahead then of Germany, our early leaders off the start. Great Britain back in 5th and Switzerland in 6th, but very little between all 5 crews through the halfway mark. Impressive from Lithuania leading to halfway, but Greece poised to move into the lead.
due fantastiche batterie hanno definito questa finale del doppio femminile. Ieri la Lituania era seconda soltanto alle atlete neutrali, ma oggi sta facendo una gara completamente differente. Da protagonista risponde la Grecia, l'altra vincitrice della seconda batteria per la vittoria di questo doppio femminile. Ultimi 1000 metri di gara, Lituania, Grecia e atlete neutrali per la vittoria. Sono tutte e tre con meno di un'imbarcazione di distanza e stanno per arrivare ai 1500 metri. Ora vediamo quali saranno i gap tra di loro.
Some impressive stuff here from Lithuania. They're responding to the charges coming from Greece through the last 500 before they get down to the 500 to go mark. It's still nip and tuck between these crew. What a combination from Lithuania. I mentioned Davide Lemkute. Haven't seen her since the Olympics. And Martina Kazlerskaite in the bow seat. Coastal rowing of the last number of seasons. It was the 2024 Europeans we last saw her in classic rowing racing in a quad where they placed 10th. They're still leading here, just holding off and stretching out maybe to a short lead ahead of the Greek crew in second place, but we know what kind of sprint finish the Greek crew have. Watched them in so many races over the last number of seasons, and they'll start to wind it up now. They're at 37 compared to the 41 of the crew from Lithuania in the run-in towards the finish. Now the neutral athletes making a big move as well. They go up to 39 and they start to put pressure on Greece, moving now into second place. So if anything, it's the Lithuanians and the neutral crew, the fastest crew out of the heats. They're the ones doing all the running now in lane 3. Neutral athletes leading it out. Let's see what response we have from Lithuania and Greece running towards the finish in the final of the women's double sculls.
Vedremo in quest'ultimo tratto del percorso se di fatto si andrà a confermare questo grande margine, ma come vi dicevamo proprio pochi istanti fa, anche ai 1500 metri sono passati 3 equipaggi in meno di mezzo secondo. Lituania, Grecia, atleti individuali neutrali si tirano a vicenda, provano ancora a volare verso il traguardo. La Lituania tenta il colpo disperato, la Grecia aumenta il numero dei colpi, si è girata la prodiera e adesso che inizia la battaglia.
We have been absolutely treated here to fireworks in the final of the women's double sculls because the neutral athletes, Furman and Klimovic, have come from behind to move into gold medal position. The silver medal, it is still the flip of a coin between Greece, between Lithuania. Absolutely nothing in it as we drive towards the line. The podium, clear water ahead of Switzerland in fourth, but it's going to be the neutral athletes for gold. Who's going to get the silver? I think Greece just run it over the line ahead of Lithuania. So close, centimetres in it, but I think silver will go to the Greeks. Lithuania, I think, with bronze, and that was a eye-wateringly close race for the medals. We've been really, as I say, treated to some great action out here on the water, and yeah, our new European champions will be Tatiana Klimovic and Elena Furman.
E allora sul traguardo possiamo ufficializzarlo. Se da un lato chiarissimo l'arrivo degli atleti individuali neutrali capaci di andare a conquistare la medaglia d'oro, l'argento e il bronzo. In italiano tra gli addetti ai lavori si dice per una pallina, quei centimetri di fatto che fanno la differenza. Ancora una volta, grazie a un serrato esplosivo, vola alla Grecia il bronzo alla Lituania.
The victory ceremony for the men's pair. The medals are being presented by European Rowing Board member Neville Tanser, accompanied by Minister of Economy and Finance Giancarlo Giorgetti. We now invite our bronze winners, Italy! Receiving the silver medal, Lithuania. Please welcome our gold medalists from Romania. Winners of the bronze medal, Italy, represented by Matteo Loddo and Giovanni Cadato. The silver medalists represented by Lithuania, Dovydas Stankūnas and Domantas Stankūnas. And now your gold medalists and 2026 European rowing champions, Romania, represented by Stefan Beriaru and Florin Lahac. Please join us for the national anthem of Romania. Varese, give it up for your medalists and European champions.
Okay, Varese, the next final's coming up. Let's hear some noise for all our athletes. Dai tutti, facciamo un po' di rumore per la prossima finale che arriva in un paio di momenti.
The final of the men's double sculls about to start here. Croatia, Spain, Czechia, Serbia, Romania and Italy.
Ed ora la finale A del doppio maschile, un'altra grande corsa per l'assalto. Croazia, Spagna, Repubblica Ceca, Serbia, Romania, Italia.
In lane one for Croatia, it's Martin and Valent Sinkovic. In lane two, for Spain, it's Caetano Jose Hortapombo and Rodrigo Conde Romero. In lane 3, for Czechia, it's Jakub Podrazul and Dalibor Nadella. In lane 4, it's Serbia, Martin Mačković and Nikolaj Pimenov. In lane 5 for Romania, Andrei Lungu and Marian Florianinac. And in lane 6 for Italy, it's Niels Torre and Marco Selva. We're underway with the A final of the men's double sculls. The semi-finals for this yesterday afternoon gave us so much entertainment. It was centimetres to separate the A finalists from the B finalists, and now I'm expecting really similar results for our medal winners. This is going to be one for the ages here as they go off all in alignment in this final.
Assolutamente così, ieri il grande spettacolo con le prove, le semifinali, oggi la finalissima per andare ad assegnare il titolo continentale. Croazia, Spagna, Repubblica Ceca con Serbia, Romania e Italia a dare il ritmo. Vedete ancora tutti sulla stessa linea, questo significa che sono tutti equipaggi di assoluto livello ma soprattutto molto equilibrati. E qui non per forza vince il più veloce, ma anche il più astuto. È fondamentale rimanere concentrati.
Stunning scenes here in Varese, capped by mountains off that start line. One of the most picturesque rowing courses in the world, these men's doubles are being treated to. Emerging from the pack now, well, it was the Croatians who were showing good form in these early stages. The Olympic champions in both the men's double and men's pair in recent Olympiads. Back in the double scull now, but with sort of alternating form. We're leading out just shy of 500 metres, where Serbia have now jumped into the lead. Mačković and Pimenov, as we'd be expecting them to. They've been the on-form double this season, and out they shoot into the gold medal position of this race. Silva now running with Spain, but Croatia and Romania also flanking them on either side.
Uno accanto all'altro, uno che spinge insieme all'altro. Se da un lato al centro i colori della Serbia di Makovic con Pimenov stanno cercando di fare il vuoto, molto vicini Martin e Valencinkovic, non hanno bisogno di presentazioni, sono gli eroi assoluti insieme alla Spagna per il podio.
Well, it's still the Serbians out in front, half a length ahead of Spain and Romania in turn. And they're moving very quickly towards the halfway point of this race, where Richie is going to pick it up and bring us all the action.
It's probably the most competitive crew race we're going to see over this weekend. So tightly packed were they in the qualifying through the semi-finals. Very little between all the crews, and it's just coming up to the halfway mark now. It's the Italian crew, the only crew a little bit off the place, work to do to get back into the mix here as they approach the halfway mark. Centre of the course, it is in lane 4. The Serbians doing all the running so far. Camilla was saying they're the in-form crew, and they're driving the legs down here and coming in to take the halfway mark lead just by about 3/4 of a length then ahead of the Spanish crew, 4th in the World Cup. So it'll be great to see them get on the podium, and that'll be their aim here. They've overlapped with the Serbian crew. They're the 1 and 2. Romania back in 3rd place then. Looking good for the silver at the moment, but look who is poised in the 4th position at the moment. It is the Croatian crew back in 4th at the moment, ahead of Czechia and Italy. Czechia and Italy work to do to get back in the mix. As I said, Serbia so impressive so far. Centre lane in the semi-finals as well, were the fastest crew out of those heats, and they lead it coming in now to the second half of the race here. The Spanish crew holding on to second and holding it well at the moment. The Romanians on a big charge here, looking to secure the bronze.
Sì, la Serbia dopo aver vinto la semifinale di ieri, anche oggi sta facendo vedere una qualità eccelsa, è in testa al traguardo e sta cercando di aumentare il proprio distacco sugli avversari. Si giocano la seconda posizione, 3 equipaggi, Spagna, Romania e Croazia. Non hanno bisogno di presentazioni queste barche, meno di un secondo li separa tutti e tre dalla medaglia d'argento, perché la medaglia d'oro è nelle mani della Serbia.
So the Serbian crew power on again. Center lane, as I said, they are really taking the mantle here in the run-in towards the finish. They're starting to move away from Spain in second and Serbia in third. The 3 medals looking fairly established now, and we're going to have to see what kind of a sprint finish the Croatians are going to have coming in. Will they get back in the mix for the medals? We know what kind of spinach they can turn on in the literally the change of a stroke. They can turn it on and power in towards the line. They're down now to the last 500. Serbia still leading ahead of Spain, extending the lead by the smallest of margins. In second, the Spanish crew in turn extend their lead over Romania. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Here come Croatia, now up at 43 strokes per minute and starting to put pressure on the Romanians for the bronze medal. Down into the finish line we go. So impressive from Serbia. We have a real battle here between Spain, Romania and Croatia for silver and bronze.
Guardate che spettacolo ancora, la Serbia che adora l'Italia, sempre nelle competizioni ospitate in Italia, prova sempre ad essere protagonista, ma guardate lo sprint in chiusura. Se da un lato abbiamo visto Serbia lì davanti per la seconda posizione, ancora la Spagna con il rientro della Romania che cerca di spingere forte, tutto può succedere. Attenzione all'esterno, la Croazia scivola via, diventa incandescente l'arrivo del doppio.
A stunning performance from Serbia out in front, as we expected from them. Fast sprinting Spain, as we always see. But as Richie said, never ever count out the Sinkovics and the Croatians, because they've come bustling back from fourth into bronze medal position. They've overtaken Romania over the line. Gold for Serbia, silver for Spain, and a brilliant bronze for the brothers from Croatia, Martin and Valent Sinkovic. A quick shake of hands amongst all those crews. European medalists. It will then be Romania over in fourth, Italy in fifth, and finally it will be Czechia rounding out the field in sixth. A wonderful race, as we expected it to be, with so many chops and changes, but our European champions will be Martin Mačković and Nikolaj Pimenov.
Adorano l'Italia, l'hanno voluto fare qui. Martin Mačković con Pimenov, gli atleti della Serbia, capaci di andare a conquistare la medaglia d'oro, il titolo europeo davanti alla Spagna. Terzo posto ve li avevo presentati come le leggende e in realtà si sono confermati i fratelli Sinkovic dalla Croazia.
The victory ceremony for the women's double sculls. The medals are being presented by European Rowing Board member Morten Juhl Hansen, accompanied by Sport Councillor of Varese, Stefano Malerba. We now invite our bronze winners, Lithuania. Please welcome our silver medalists from Greece. We now invite our gold winners, the individual neutral athletes. Winners of the bronze medal, Lithuania, represented by Martina Kazlakskaitya and Dovile Remkucha. The silver medalists, Greece, represented by Dimitra Kontu and Evangelia Anastasiadou. And now your gold medalists and 2026 European rowing champions, Tatiana Klimovic and Elena Furman. Please join us for the FISA anthem. Varese, give it up for your medalists and European champions. The final of the PR3 mixed coxed 4.
Ed ora la finale del 4 con PR3 mix.
France, Great Britain, Italy and Germany lining up for this final.
Francia, Gran Bretagna, Italia, Germania.
In lane number 1, it's France. In lane 2, the reigning Paralympic champions from Great Britain. In lane number 3, it's Italy. And in lane 4, it's Germany. We're underway with this A final of the PR3 mixed cox fours. Who will become European champions this time around? They are moving out of the blocks, and Italy, a great start for them, Luca.
Sicuramente una bellissima partenza per i nostri azzurri, una formazione che non vuole lasciare nulla al caso. Certo, si trovano accanto ai campioni paralimpici in carica, ma sicuramente è stato fatto un grande lavoro. Lo ricordavamo anche ieri, Paola Grizzetti ha sicuramente portato ancora una volta la sua esperienza a servizio del para-rowing azzurro, e adesso con questa specialità si vuole tornare protagonisti. 41 colpi al minuto per l'Italia davanti alla Gran Bretagna, poi la Francia all'esterno con la Germania. Ovviamente tutto può accadere. L'Italia al momento è partita aggressiva e si tira con sé la Gran Bretagna.
So as we move through towards the first timing marker at 500 metres gone, the Italians leading out Great Britain, who, as we mentioned through the preliminary race yesterday, it is a rarity, if not an absolute never ever, that the Great Britain 4 has been beaten in the last 10 years. It is just their boat class. They've stamped their authority all over it for a number of years. But this, a new look lineup, a new combination here in the PR3 mixed cox four. 3 newcomers on board: Coburn, Ridley and Al McDardy in the coxswain seat. And they're being led out at the moment by the Italians, who will be feeling all of the motivation, all of the inspiration being here in Varese, and they're taking it to the Brits in these opening few hundred meters.
Gareggiare è sicuramente un'emozione, ma essere qui sulle acque della tua provincia con la timoniera e il capovoga tesserati per la canottieri Corgeno sodalizio a 2 passi dalla Schiranna, essere lì davanti a quella che è la formazione imbattuta da 10 anni della Gran Bretagna, poter competere è sicuramente un'emozione senza fine. Gran Bretagna si prende la testa del gruppo, l'Italia è lì per la medaglia d'argento, si gioca col fuoco, ma gli azzurri potrebbero essere grandi protagonisti. Gran Bretagna davanti, poi l'Italia.
Well, Richie, this is the most pressure we've seen Great Britain under in this event for some time.
Yeah, the Italians really put it up to them there in the first 1,000 metres, but I think they might have gone for it a little bit too early, because the GB crew now starting to move through the Italians and take the lead coming up onto the halfway mark. Lots of noise here. Of course, there's one of the Cox boat along with the 8s, so we can hear not just the blade work, but also the encouragement from the crews just watching the bow of the Great British and Italian crews coming up to the halfway mark. It's turning into a tale of 2 races, because these two, just half a length separating them coming through the halfway mark, have clear water then ahead of the crew from France. A new combination for the French crew, as indeed it is for the Italians, but it's the French leading out the Germans, who just crossed the line now in 4th place, back off of the really fast pace that's been laid down here by the crew from Great Britain. Camilla mentioned they've dominated it for 10 plus years, but I think this is the closest we've seen them come under pressure from an impressive Italian crew. A new outfit here being put together, and I'm sure Matteo can give us the insight on how they're performing.
Sì, un'impressionante partenza quella dell'equipaggio italiano. Ieri secondo anche nella gara preliminare. Oggi l'idea era quella di partire veramente forte e provare a spaventare l'equipaggio inglese, che però ha risposto veramente bene. Ai 1000 metri ha ripreso la testa della corsa. Ora l'obiettivo dell'equipaggio italiano è rimanere attaccato il più possibile e provare in chiusura a rientrare per la medaglia d'oro. Per la medaglia di bronzo invece si giocano tutto la Francia e la Germania.
So coming in towards the last 500 metres, the Great British crew stride out and push on with their lead. They're opening now. They're shaking off the Italian crew. The Italians went hell for leather in that first 1,000, not able to maintain the speed that has now been put down by Great Britain coming in towards the last quarter of this race. A lot of debutants in the French boat. I mentioned Ava David in the bow side, Helena Balzac in 2 as well. And in the Great British crew, with Charlotte Coburn, Jaunty Ridley and Omar Al-Miqdadi in the Cox's seat, all making their senior debut here, maintaining the dominance of the Great British crew in this PR3 mixed 4 event. They stride out through the 500 metre mark, and now it's nearly 4 seconds of a cushion they have for the lead and the gold medal ahead of Italy. France back in third, they're the 1, 2 and 3. The German crew way off the pace here, so they're not going to come back into the mix. I think it's looking fairly settled in the last 500. Coming in towards the finish, it's going to be Great Britain, Italy and France for gold, silver and bronze.
Ed è proprio così questa storia, una favola splendida che si scrive sulle acque del lago di Varese. La Gran Bretagna da 10 anni leader indiscussa, per la prima volta impensierita dall'Italia, Italia che poi si è messa lì al secondo posto a controllare gli avversari, i colossi di Francia e Germania. Siamo tra le potenze più forti in assoluto e i ragazzi lo stanno dimostrando. Ed ora agli ultimi 250 metri la Gran Bretagna corre indisturbata, l'Italia è lì per la medaglia d'argento. Attenzione alla Francia, sta cercando di fare un ultimo serrate finale, provano ad alzare un po' i colpi per rientrare sugli azzurri, si accorge la timoniera e chiama il grido finale.
Oh, the podium looks set here in this PR3 mixed cox fours, and Great Britain, they continue to stride away that third 500, the key to unlocking their gold medal position as they move away from Italy. Brilliant charge from France in bronze, who have been eating away at Italy's silver medal position. I don't think they're speed enough to carry them through, but Great Britain over the line, European champions for this new look crew. Italy with 3/4 of a length as they go over the line in silver ahead of France. There are your medalists here in Varese at the 2026 European Championships, and Germany coming in for 4th.
E sul traguardo quella grande festa che di fatto scrive la parola fine. Se da un lato la Gran Bretagna ha portato a casa la medaglia d'oro, l'argento va all'Italia che festeggia dopo il traguardo il bronzo alla Francia.
The victory ceremony for the men's double sculls. The medals are being presented by European Rowing Vice President Patrick Rombout, accompanied by Canottieri Varese President Paolo Consoni. We now invite our bronze winners, Croatia. Receiving the silver medals, Spain. Please welcome our gold medalists, Serbia. Winners of the bronze medal, Croatia, Martin Sinkovic and Valen Sinkovic. The silver medalists, Spain, represented by Catania Jose Hortapombo and Rodrigo Conde Romero. And now your gold medalists and 2026 European rowing champions, Serbia, represented by Martin Machkovic and Nikolai Pimenov. Please join us for the national anthem of Serbia. Varese, give it up for your medalists and European champions. Now we've got the A final of the women's 4.
Ed ora la finale A del 4 senza femminile.
Denmark, Germany, Great Britain, Romania, the individual neutral athletes, and Italy in this one.
In gara Danimarca, Germania, Gran Bretagna, Romania, atleti individuali neutrali e ancora l'Italia.
In lane number 1, it's Denmark, stroked by Clara Hornas and bow Karen Mortensen. In lane number 2, it's Germany, stroke Pia Greiten, and in the bows, Hannah Reif. In lane 3, it's Great Britain, Holly Yude in the stroke seat, and in the bows, Sarah Marshall. Romania go in lane number 4. In the stroke seat, it's Roxana Angel, and in the bows, it's Manuela Gabriela Lungu. The individual neutral athletes line up in lane number 5. Valentina Plexina in the stroke seat, Katerina Zevlachenko in the bows. And finally, in lane number 6 for Italy, it's Giorgia Palacci in the stroke seat, and it's Silvia Terrazzi in the bows. First few strokes taken here in this A final of the women's 4 event. Levering off the start there. Roxana Angel in the stroke seat of the Romanian crew really heaves them home. It's 45 strokes a minute that she's taken them off at, but the remainder of this field up at 48, 49 strokes a minute there I saw from Giorgia Polacchi in the stroke seat of the Italian crew. They really have fired off the blocks and the bows all in alignment in these opening stages.
Sicuramente l'Italia vuole partire forte per rimanere nel gruppo, lì si trova in corsia a 6 e cercano a tutti i costi di rimanere agganciate a Gran Bretagna e Romania, che sicuramente sulla carta partono da favorite. Italia 44 colpi al minuto, prova a fare da lepre in questa prima frazione di gara e lo fa benissimo. Azzurre lì a fare il ritmo nel primo minuto di gara.
The Italians leading out here in this women's 4 event from an outside lane. That means they weren't one of our faster qualifiers into this event. Very surprising to see them in lane number 6 up here at the front of this field. And these 4 athletes all doubling up into the women's 8 tomorrow. So 2 opportunities to medal here for the Italian women's team. They are still up at the front of this field, but for company now through 500 metres, they're going to have Romania and Great Britain knocking on their door. Here come the remainder of the field trying to push back. Great Britain, Romania, Italy, our leading 3 crews through 500 metres. That's your podium, but very close behind Germany.
3 equipaggi in un fazzoletto. Pensate che tra la prima e la seconda posizione, tra Gran Bretagna e Romania, come vi accennavo, favorite sulla carta, ci sono 16 centesimi di secondo, ma l'Italia è lì a più 0,33, quindi di fatto è ancora molto vicina e potrebbe regalarci una bella sorpresa. Ovviamente ancora 1000 metri da affrontare, tutto da vivere, una bella gara. Gran Bretagna, Romania, Italia in questo momento in corsa per le medaglie dei 3 gradi.
Great Britain have been steadily making their way out into gold medal position. It's been very rhythmical, 37 strokes a minute. They are underrating the Romanians in the lane to their right, who are up at 39 strokes a minute in silver medal position. The Italians, well, they're at risk of slipping back off the podium as Germany continue to just pierce through here over in lane number 2. And also the neutral athletes also up here along with this leading pack. It is oh so close, half a length to separate all of our medaling crews, and they are powering towards Ritchie at 1,000 metres.
We have a perfect chevron being led from the centre lanes here, so it's going with the form of the times and qualifications that we saw in the heats coming in towards the halfway mark. Great Britain just making their move in the last few hundred, passing out the Italian crew, but they're taking with them the crew from Romania and now Germany. They're the 1, 2 and 3 through 500, and the German crew moving from 4th into 3rd, now looking good for that bronze medal position. Overlapping are the crews from neutral athletes and the Italian crew. It's just the Danish crew off the pace in lane 1 with work to do to get back in the mix here. But impressive from a lot of new combinations here with Romania, Italy and Germany putting through. I'm sure they're looking for selections for the World Championships as well. But what a way to select your boat by winning medals here at the Europeans. The Great British crew, probably the most consistent and experienced of the last season, picking up that bronze medal in Lucerne recently. They're leading it out at the moment, 37 strokes per minute, the fastest boat out on the water at the moment, and pushing on into the second half of the race here. Impressive from them.
Ci aspettavamo una lotta per la medaglia d'oro nelle acque centrali tra Gran Bretagna e Romania. Ottimo però la posizione anche dell'equipaggio italiano assieme a quello neutrale e tedesco per la terza posizione, perché al passaggio dei 1000 metri erano racchiuse all'interno di un fazzoletto. Vi invitiamo quindi a preparare la telecamera del photo finish, perché si sta prospettando un bellissimo finale in questo 4 senza femminile.
So they continue to move on. The Great British crew leading it out in lane 3, centre of the course, taking with them the Romanians now as well. Another combination here, multiple medals from this Romanian crew. Now one of the crews to watch in the Europeans and into the World Championships as well. Looking good in silver medal position at the moment. They've moved Germany down into 3rd. The German crew holding off the challenge that's coming from the neutral athletes, and Italy in danger of losing touch with those leading 4 in the run into the last quarter of the race here. So work to do for Italy, and Denmark back in 6th place as well. Looking good for Great Britain. They've extended the lead through each of the first quarters into the last run into the finish here now at 38 strokes per minute. They're lower rating than almost everyone else out on the water. The Romanians go up to 41, and they're coming to try put a charge and secure that silver medal. But a real battle here. It's going to be battle for bronze between Germany and the neutral athletes coming in, running towards the finish. Looking good for Great Britain and Romania. All eyes now on the crews from Germany and neutral athletes for the bronze.
Nell'ultimo tratto ancora la grande corsa conclusiva, guardate che spettacolo, sia al centro della scena. Ci aspettavamo il dominio della Gran Bretagna, all'esterno la Germania ha davvero fatto il colpo grosso, ma se dovessi parlare di un equipaggio rivelazione, all'interno sicuramente anche gli atleti individuali neutrali che mettono in difficoltà la Romania. Tutto può succedere ancora.
Great Britain seem to have extricated themselves from the race for the remainder of the podium. They're up in gold medal position, but look at this race for silver and bronze. Germany, Romania, the individual neutral athletes all in alignment. Maybe Germany just in silver. Great Britain will take gold. Germany will take silver. And too close on the line to tell for bronze. I think it was the individual neutral athletes. They seem to think so too, but we'll await the timing system to confirm. It was then Italy followed by Denmark, but my word, we have to catch our breath here in the tower. That was an electric race, and there it is confirmed. Great Britain in gold, our European champions. Germany will take silver, and then a great bronze from the individual neutral athletes who were only in that position for the last stroke of the race. They got themselves onto the podium. Romania, that will be a disappointing 4th place for them off the podium.
Incredibile, dal primo al quarto posto, ma questo è il bello del canottaggio, tutto può succedere fino all'ultima palata. Vittoria netta della Gran Bretagna a seguire la Germania, l'avevamo chiamata una crescita esponenziale per la Germania dal quarto al secondo posto. Terza piazza, medaglia di bronzo per gli atleti individuali neutrali, Romania quarta, Italia quinta, Danimarca sesta.
The victory ceremony for the PR3 Mixed Coxed 4. The medals are being presented by European Rowing Board member Morten Juhl Hansen, accompanied by Vice President of the Organising Committee, Claudio Menazzi. Please welcome our bronze medalists from France. Please welcome our silver medalists from Italy. Please welcome our gold medalist from Great Britain. Winners of the bronze medal, France! Represented by Eva David, Elena Belzac, Grégoire Birot, Laurent Cadeau and Mayouen Dumont. The silver medalists, Italy! Represented by Martina Oswaldini, Marco Frank, Carolina Foresti, Stanislaw Litvenchuk and Chiara Retto. And now, your gold medalists and 2026 European Rowing Champions, Great Britain! Represented by Francesca Allen, Charlotte Coburn, John T. Ridley, Joshua O'Brien and Omar Al-Mikdadi. Please join us for the national anthem of Great Britain. Varese, give it up for your medalists and European champions. A final of the men's four now lining up there 2,000 metres away at the start, and we're looking at lane one. It's Italy. Bardino in the stroke seat and Davide Carmini in the bow seat. In lane number two, it's Lithuania. Almelis in the stroke seat there and Juskavicius in the bow seat. In lane three, it's Romania, the familiar face of Ciprian Todosa in the stroke seat. And in the bow seat, it's Cosmin Plesescu. Great Britain go in lane number four. O'Sullivan in the stroke seat, Bell in the bow seat. Germany go in lane number five. René Schmeler in the stroke seat, and in the bow seat, Jasper Angel. And finally in lane number six, it's Ukraine. Selivanov in the stroke seat and Semenov in the bow seat. A Here we go, the men's 4 now underway. More medals to find, more European champions to crown. And who will it be this time around? As always, usually focus in the centre of the course for our medal hopefuls, but we have had a few surprises this morning. People shooting out from the outside lanes, and this, no exception. Germany going strong in these opening strokes, trying to keep pace with Romania.
Vedremo cosa succederà ed ecco a voi la finale del 4 senza maschile. È una bella battaglia con Lituania, Romania, Gran Bretagna, Germania, Ucraina e Italia lì in acqua numero 1. Al momento la formazione azzurra è quarta, ma al centro della scena a farla da padrone sono ancora una volta i colori della Gran Bretagna, con la Romania che stanno cercando di fuggire. Il lago si increspa, una leggera brezza a favore e al centro ancora Gran Bretagna e Romania.
The lake looking a little bit choppy up there in the first 250 metres. Not particularly pleasant rowing conditions, not that mirror flat that we've seen in the early hours of the morning. More conditions here to cope with. And as we move through to the settle, as these crews get down onto their racing rhythm that they can maintain for the next 1,800 metres, well, 1,500 metres now as we approach the timing marker, it's the cleanest crews, the most efficient crews that are going to be able to cope with these conditions. And Great Britain in gold medal position through the 500, followed by Romania and Germany in the remaining medal places at this early stage.
Bellissimo vedere al centro del percorso la marcia della Gran Bretagna, 4 senza, è sempre spettacolare, è una delle imbarcazioni che di fatto conquista il cuore. Sullo sfondo si vede la torre d'arrivo della Schiranna, Gran Bretagna lì davanti alla Romania, poi c'è la Germania, l'Italia è quinta.
Well, they're moving now through this second 500 metres, the second quarter of the race, and it is that cleanliness, that precision that is putting Great Britain out in front. Not the 4 that we're used to seeing, the world champions away on training camp at the moment, so this, the development crew from Great Britain. But hey, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference looking at them now as they break clear water on the rest of this field. Richie, GB out in front, but another great medal race behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. They're having their own way over the last 500. They stride towards the halfway mark now, in control in that centre lane, in coming up to the halfway mark. The Romanians, the faster of the crews coming through the heats, are still in the mix here in second place at the moment, still up at 40 strokes per minute, along with the crew from Italy, who are rating very high coming into the halfway mark. But it is GB stretching out now to about half a length of clear water back to the crew from Romania. The Germans coming up now and holding on into third, but they're overlapping with the Lithuanian and Italian crews, with just the Ukrainians some work to do to try and get back in the mix here. We're just hearing a call from the Ukrainian crew and they lift the rate to try get back into the mix here. Impressive stuff from the new combinations across most of the crews here. The Romanians, the ones that are most in form, with the 4th place at World Cup 1, 2nd at World Cup 3 most recently at the Europeans. But the GB crew, our development crew coming from the under-23s, multiple medals over the last number of seasons, and they stride on at 38, leading it out from the centre.
L'equipaggio inglese è in testa in questa finale del 4 senza maschile. Come diceva Luca, questa è una barca che prende il cuore al centro del campo di regata. Romania e Gran Bretagna, le due vincitrici delle gare di qualificazizioni, si sfidano per la medaglia d'oro in un'imbarcazione di vantaggio per la Gran Bretagna. I servi della Regina per la terza posizione, invece ancora tutto aperto tra l'equipaggio lituano e l'equipaggio tedesco.
So we're seeing quite a number of under-23s competing here at the European Championships. But this crew from Great Britain are the ones that are really coming out and dominating, taking a step up from the multiple medals they've won over the last number of seasons. And here they are, leading out the final of the men's 4 at the European Championships. They go through with 500 to go, 4 seconds ahead of the Romanians in second place. We saw the Romanian women's crew pushed out of the medal podium in the last race. Can they hold on to that silver medal? Nearest to them and challenging them, it's the crew from Germany in third. They've been third the whole way down, and we're starting to see Lithuania now move from fifth into fourth and come up and challenge the German crew for bronze. So down into the last few 100 meters we go. No doubt about the leaders here. Impressive stuff from the great GB crew. They push on again towards in the finish, 39 strokes per minute. The Romanians up at 45 strokes per minute. They're looking to secure the silver medal, and it's really tight now between Germany and Lithuania for the bronze.
Si viaggia veloci, si viaggia al centro e la Gran Bretagna riesce ancora una volta ad inscenare lo spettacolo più bello. La Romania all'esterno accorcia la palata, vanno a mezzo carrello per provare a trovare la carica sulla Gran Bretagna. Ancora l'assalto all'esterno, i colori per la Lituania, per l'1-2-3, ma la Gran Bretagna non vuole mollare.
Well, Great Britain are being reeled in by Romania, but have they left it too late? The meters are ticking down here for the Romanians. Great Britain have an answer. They push back out into gold medal position. It's going to be tight, but they are going to hang on. But who's going to get the bronze? What a great response from Germany. GB over the line in gold. Romania for silver. Germany will get the bronze. Lithuania off the podium in fourth place. Tight then between Ukraine and Italy for the last places in this A final. But GB delighted with that win and recording a new European Championships best time unofficially in that race, a time of 5:43.38. No wonder they're delighted. That was a sensational race, a very quick race indeed. GB, European champions ahead of Romania and Germany.
Una gara veloce, una gara che stava conquistando il cuore, una gara che negli ultimi 250 metri ha garantito alla Gran Bretagna di registrare anche il record d'Europa. Questo significa che il nome Varese rimarrà negli annali per un sacco di tempo. Quindi 5:43.38 il nuovo record europeo di specialità, che vale anche, tra le altre cose, il titolo continentale. Medaglia d'argento alla Romania, bronzo alla Germania, Italia sesta.
The victory ceremony for the women's four. The medals are being presented by European Rowing Board member Morten Juhl Hansen, accompanied by President of Varese Province Marco Magrini. We now invite our bronze winners, the individual neutral athletes. Please welcome our silver medalists from Germany. Receiving the gold medals, Great Britain. Winners of the bronze medal, the individual neutral athletes, Ekaterina Zevlachenko, Ekaterina Glaskova, Marina Rubtsova, and Valentina Plaksina. The silver medalists, Germany, represented by Hannah Reif, Paula Hartmann, Annabelle Bachmann, and Pia Greiten. And now, your gold medalists and 2026 European rowing champions, Great Britain, represented by Sarah Marshall, Eleanor Brinkoff, Angerad Broughton, and Holly Yude. Please join us for the national anthem of Great Britain. Varese, give it up for your medalists and European champions. The women's quadruple sculls, the next A final on the course. We've just seen a new European best time set in the men's four. What are we going to see here in the women's quadruple sculls? Poland, Greece, Great Britain, Switzerland, Germany and Romania lining up.
Ed ora la finale del 4 di coppia femminile, una gara contesa tra Polonia, Grecia, Gran Bretagna, Svizzera e ancora Germania e Romania. Chi vince è campione d'Europa.
In lane one, it's Poland. In lane number two, it's Greece. Reigning Olympic champions in this boat class go in lane number three. It's Great Britain. In lane number four, it's Switzerland. In lane five, we've got Germany. And in lane six, Romania. Underway with the A final of the women's quadruple sculls, and these guys, well, they set off with some pace. The quads always so furious out of the start. We've got the winners of each of the heats, Great Britain and Switzerland in lanes 3 and 4 in the centre of the course. But the action, as it often has been, coming from the outside lanes in these early strokes. Romania taking it out of the blocks with a very, very small lead of a barrel ball ahead of the rest of this field.
Bellissimo vedere il quadruplo femminile subito scattare veloce, ma ancora più bello vedere che anche in questa sfida l'equilibrio podio è totale, ancora 41 i colpi al minuto della Grecia, 42 per la Gran Bretagna. Gran Bretagna, tra le altre cose, che in questa specialità vanta anche la medaglia d'oro ai Giochi di Parigi, quindi una di quelle formazioni che indipendentemente dal risultato ha una grande storia, grande carriera. Gran Bretagna da un lato, Svizzera che potrebbe essere l'equipaggio rivelazione dall'altro, poi Grecia e Germania.
Well, still the Romanians leading out as they go through, settling down into this final, and the middle lanes, they're also trying to vie for their place on the podium. Next up, behind Romania, I think the Germans, the Swiss, currently occupying the silver and bronze medal positions, but it is just too early to tell. Our best marker now, 500 meters, gets a little bit of a snapshot of where we're at. Romania in gold currently, Germany in silver, and Switzerland in the bronze medal position. But it is tightly packed out there between these 6 crews on the water. They are all jostling for position and nothing much to choose between them at all. Highest stroke rating on the course, well, that honour goes to Germany. Frauke Hundling in the stroke seat, setting the rhythm for them. Such an experienced athlete that they've got, who will be doubling up as well this weekend into the mixed eight. But at the moment, both of these boats trailing Romania, who lead by a canvas.
Ancora un'azione pulita per tutte le formazioni, vedete vicini, decisi, Romania, Germania, Svizzera e Gran Bretagna, le papabili del podio continuano ad essere molto vicine. La Svizzera sta interpretando una gara molto curiosa, con 4 equipaggi in un secondo.
They're coming up towards the halfway point. Richie, this is so tightly packed here at the front of this field.
Unbelievable. All the action taking place on the far side, away from the finish tower, and us here at 1,000 in lanes 4, 5 and 6, because it is the Romanians, Germany and the Swiss crew who are leading it out, coming up onto the halfway mark here. The Romanians, last time they won this event in 2012 for the European Championship, it was here in Varese. So we'll see how they get on as they come up to us here. They go through half a canvas ahead of the Germans in second place. The Germans, great season, winning in World Cup 1, second in World Cup 3, so definitely in form. And the fastest crew from the heat, Switzerland, in third place. They're the 1, 2 and 3 coming through the halfway mark. Great Britain still in mix for the bronze medal as they overlap with the Swiss crew. A little bit further back then, and it is Poland and Greece, the only 2 in danger of losing touch with our 4 leading crews here. But this is brave from the Romanian crew. They're going from the very first stroke. I'm sure they'd like to have opened up a cushion of a lead, but they're being trailed with perfection here by the German crew in second, Switzerland in third. They're the 1, 2 and 3 with GB staying in touch.
Sì, l'equipaggio rumeno sta facendo una gara spettacolare perché ieri si era qualificato terzo nelle batterie di qualificazione, ma oggi sia al primo che al secondo riscontro cronometrico è passato per primo. Le altre nazioni però non stanno rimanendo a guardare perché la Svizzera e la Germania si sono già sfidate ieri e oggi vogliono la medaglia d'oro. Sono tutte quante sulla stessa linea. Leggermente arretrata la barca inglese che però in questi ultimi 1000 metri tenta il rientro alla caccia della medaglia d'oro.
Just coming up towards 500 to go, and the lead changing with each and every single stroke by not 2 crews but 3 crews. Switzerland, Germany and Romania challenging each other here in the last 500 meters. Through the timing marker, it's still the Romanian crew on the surge. 0.04 of a second ahead of Germany. They're the 1 and 2. Switzerland now looking to get the better of Great Britain, and they might be pushed out of the race for the podium here. It looks like Romania, Germany and Switzerland for gold, silver and bronze, but no idea who is going to get it. At the moment, it's still swapping and changing with each and every stroke that's been taken. Our early leaders, Romania, look like now they're coming into a bit of trouble and need to respond from the fast finishing Swiss and German crews. They look like they're the 2 that are going to battle for the gold and silver. Coming in towards the last few minutes, 3 crews in the mix. Couldn't tell you who's going to win the medals here. Looking good for Switzerland, Germany and Romania.
Romania, Svizzera e Germania a contendersi le medaglie dei 3 gradi ancora allineati, quindi non si può chiamare il colore delle medaglie. La cosa certa è la bellissima tifoseria svizzera che fa sentire le campane e si vola verso il traguardo per le medaglie dei 3 gradi.
Switzerland kick on as they try to put their hands around that gold medal into this final 500 meters. The Germans are falling behind in the hunt for gold. What have they got? One last gear here with 15 strokes to go. Romania with that blisteringly fast start, paying the price now as they slip backwards, but they're still in bronze. It's going to be Switzerland, European champions in the women's squad ahead of Germany. Romania will keep themselves on the podium. Hands go up in the air from the stroke seat. Yelena Liliana Balucha, and Great Britain will finish in 4th ahead of Poland, and then finally Greece in 6th place. A phenomenal win there for Switzerland in this women's quad event to be crowned European champions.
Le regine di Svizzera, possiamo ribattezzarle così, 6, 12 e 17. Oro alla Svizzera, argento alla Germania, il bronzo alla Romania.
The victory ceremony for the men's 4. The medals are being presented by European Rowing Board member Eva Santo, accompanied by Mayor of Varese, Davide Galimberti. We now invite our bronze winners, Germany. Please welcome our silver medalists from Romania. Please welcome our gold medalists from Great Britain. Winners of the bronze medal, Germany! Represented by Jasper Angel, Mark Hinrichs, Benedikt Egeling and Rainer Schmäler. The silver medalists, Romania! Represented by Cosmin Plesascu, Leontin Nutescu, Andrei Vatamanduic and Cyprian Tedosa. And now, your gold medalists and 2026 European rowing champions, Great Britain! Represented by Theodore Bell, Sam Ford, Joshua Brangan and Thomas O'Sullivan. Please join us for the national anthem of Great Britain. Varese, give it up for your medalists and European champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a round of applause for our medalists here in Varese. We still have 4 finals left to go, Varese. Let's make sure we keep the energy levels high. Dai Varese, dai Varese.
We've now got the A final of the men's quadruple sculls. Czechia, Romania, Poland, Croatia, Germany and the Netherlands.
Ed ora la finale A del 4 di coppia maschile. Cechia, Romania, Polonia, Croazia, Germania, Olanda.
In lane 1, it's Czechia, stroked by Michal Zindulka. In lane 2, it's Romania, stroked by Ioan Prundeanu. In lane 3, we've got Poland, stroked by Konrad Domanski. In lane 4, it's Croatia, stroked by Ivan Talaya. In lane 5, it's Germany, stroked by Ole Hohense. And in lane number 6, it's the Netherlands, stroked by Nicolas Dirkswager. a long, nervous hold there for these men's quads before they got underway with their race to try and vie to be the European champions for this season. The Croatians off like a rocket. They've really impressed us this week. This crew, straight by Ivan Talaya, as we mentioned, but the great Damir Martin sat just behind him in the 3 seat. The Olympic silver medalist from Rio 2016 in the single scull. What a brilliant athlete he is, and still punching up here in the contest for the medals, and the Croatians out in front in this early stage.
Sicuramente una gara che non ci aspettavamo, una gara che probabilmente avremmo tutti sognato in modo diverso, con gli azzurri grandi assenti di questa finalissima Repubblica Ceca, con Romania, Polonia, Croazia, Germania e Olanda a sgomitare per il titolo continentale. Le onde si fanno sentire, la Croazia davanti a dominare.
They've all squished back together, these 6 crews, nothing to decipher between them whatsoever. The Germans also up here trying to punch their way into the lead for a gold medal here in Varese, but it's Poland, synonymous with quad sculling. Konrad Domanski, Miroslav Zatarski, Mateusz Biskup and Dominik Chaya. A number of that crew have been medalist champions in the past, and now looking to get back up there to the top of the roster where they feel they belong. They're up at the front in gold medal position. Germany now in silver. Croatia slipping back into bronze, but the fight all still on here for the medals in this men's quadruple sculls event.
E adesso che ancora una volta si cerca lo spazio per prendere la testa, parlavamo della formazione della Croazia, ma ancora la grande attenzione si porta sulla Polonia, gli acerrimi nemici della formazione italiana. 1:22:91 il passaggio ai primi 500 metri, cercano di farsi spazio per andare a conquistare il ruolo dei protagonisti.
About 3 of this Polish crew were bronze medalists at the Olympic Games in Paris. We know the caliber that they are capable of, but they are company up here in the gold medal position for this race. And Richie, Germany now fighting hard.
Yeah, the German crew, winners of World Cup 1, were very impressive. They took a bronze in Lucerne as well, and they're really motoring here now, taking their rate up to 40 strokes per minute, coming in through the halfway mark. It is going to be the German crew who comes in leading ahead of the early leaders, Poland. They're the one and true through the halfway mark. Then it's a chasing pack of the 4 crews from Croatia, Czechia, Romania and the Netherlands, all bunched up, poised to try get back in the mix for the medals here. But really impressive so far from the Polish crew, going out hard, as Camilla was saying, trying to get the lead and hold on to the lead, but timed to perfection coming through the halfway mark with the German push, which sees them move into the lead and take into the gold medal position coming into the second half of the race. Poland holding on to second, Czechia then in third, moving up from 4th into 3rd. It's Romania pushed back into 4th position. Croatia doing well over the first few hundred, now back in 5th, and the Netherlands in 6th. But looking good here for Germany, Poland and Czechia.
Una gara molto amara per noi italiani, ma una gara bellissima per tutti gli appassionati del mondo del canottaggio. Germania e Polonia sono veramente vicinissime e si giocano la medaglia d'oro e il titolo di campioni europei nella specialità del 4 di coppia maschile, seguiti però per la terza posizione da Romania, Croazia e Repubblica Ceca, vincitrici. La Croazia ieri della loro batteria sono forti di un ottimo tempo cronometrico ai 1500 metri.
It was a photo finish in the heats between Poland and Romania, just 0.4 of a second separating the two of them when they qualified in Heat 1. But the Romanian crew down in joint third place, coming through with 500 to go. They're poised to get back into the mix for the medals here. They're doing a lot to get back with the Czechia crew holding on to third. Poland now settling into second, and the German crew, as I said, through halfway and down to the last quarter of the race here now. They leading it out in style. The winners of the gold medal medal at World Cup 1 and bronze medal at World Cup 3. So bit of form coming into play as they come down towards the finish. Germany leading it out. Poland looking good for silver, but all eyes now on Czechia and Romania for that bronze.
Sicuramente una gara che va a riempire il cuore anche dell'Italia, perché in regia di questo quadruplo in maglia Germania c'è Francesco Fossi. Guardate in chiusura l'assalto deciso della formazione della Germania, che corre indisturbata. All'esterno ci prova la Polonia per la medaglia d'oro.
I could hear Luca exclaiming about Francesco Fossi's coaching on this German crew. They've done it once again. It's going to be gold here at the Europeans for Germany. Poland pushed into silver. What a fight for bronze. Croatia have won there between themselves and Romania. That came down to the last few strokes. And Damir Martin is just hands aloft celebrating that medal here at the Europeans. The 38-year-old, just such a huge figure in this rowing community. So brilliant to see him back on the podium with his crewmates. And then out of the medals, Romania, Czechia and the Netherlands.
Sul traguardo dunque la conferma, vittoria della Germania davanti alla Polonia, poi al terzo posto la Croazia.
The victory ceremony for the women's quadruple sculls. The medals are being presented by European Rowing Board member Neville Tanser, accompanied by Organising Committee General Manager Pierpaolo Frattini. Receiving the bronze medals, Romania. Please welcome our silver medalists, Germany. Now inviting our gold medal winners, Switzerland. Winners of the bronze medal, Romania, represented by Mariana Laura Dumitru, Emanuela Oana Țiautu, Andrada Maria Morasanu, and Yulia Liliana Balucha. The silver medalists, Germany, represented by Maren Volz, Juliana Falalish, Jana Debus, and Frauke Hundling. And now, your gold medalists and 2026 European rowing champions, Switzerland! Represented by Nina Wettstein, Flavia Lecce, Celia Dupre, and Lisa Lecce. Please join us for the national anthem of Switzerland. Varese, give it up for your medalists and European champions. Last handful of finals now, and we're up at the start with the lightweight men's double sculls A final. We've got Azerbaijan, Italy, and the Republic of Moldova. Lane 1 for Azerbaijan, it's Zaya Mamadzada and Nurlan Pashayev. In lane 2 for Italy, it's Tito Christoforakis and Giovanni Boranovo. And in lane 3 for the Republic of Moldova, it's Timur Pizarkov and Alexandra Matronici. And now we're underway with this A final. 3 boats, 2 medals to award. Will one of those medals be going to Italy?
Well, that's the question, right? Andiamo ora a seguire questa bella prova. Abbiamo la finale del doppio pesi leggeri maschile, una lotta 3 tra Moldavia, Azerbaijan e Italia. Per l'Italia Tito Cristoforakis del CUS Torino, Giovanni Borgonovo della Canottieri Gavirate, nonché studente all'Università degli Studi dell'Insubria in Medicina. Sono partiti molto forte, 40 colpi al minuto al comando di questa specialità.
Just the Republic of Moldova that is slipping off this early fast pace being set out by the Italians and Azerbaijan. Italy really wanting to hear their anthem ring around the Lago di Varese. Could this be their opportunity for today? They've got a few crews now lining up in the next few finals, but this combination of Christoforakis and Boranovo is looking strong so far, but only a handful of centimetres ahead of Azerbaijan. It's a close race so far, but with only 2 medals to be won, it's looking ever so likely that Italy will be on the podium.
Vedremo se riusciranno a mantenere il loro valore costante, pulito. Giovanni a far da capovoga cerca di tenere leggero il colpo. Tito Cristoforakis lì mezza imbarcazione di vantaggio, 1:32,72 il passaggio sull'Azerbaigian, ma tutto può succedere.
So through 500 meters, you can see just how close it is. 0.37 of a second separating Italy from Azerbaijan. And in terms of the efficiency, well, Azerbaijan moving more meters per stroke. That means they're levering the boat further per every stroke they take than the Italians are. So we could see them closing down. They're down at 33 strokes a minute. They're underrating the Italians, who are all the way up at 37 strokes a minute. Very different styles here in this race. And Richie, I mean, two very different styles, but very similar speeds indeed from these two lightweight doubles.
Yeah, it's making for a great race here in the final of the lightweight men's double, coming up just over 100 meters from that halfway mark. It's turning into a two-boat race here as the crew from Moldova, the Republic of Moldova, push back and off the pace through 500 and more so coming up to the halfway mark here. But as Camilla was saying, contrasting styles. The Italians, were so used to seeing them powering down at a high rate here. They're at a sensible 36 for an Italian crew. The lightweights coming through the under-23 progress system over the last number of years, now up here racing at a senior level, coming into the halfway mark. They power on and look like they have the slightest lead over Azerbaijan, but this Azerbaijan crew, wait till you see the speed of their finish when they get in towards the finish line there. They are just about half a length off the pace at the moment, coming through halfway. Impressive here from the Italians leading it out. They're doing all the hard work, but I have to say that Azerbaijani crew poised in second place, and let's see if they can bring it up a gear, because at the 33 strokes per minute compared to the 39 of Italy, maybe they have a gear change that they can kick in the second half of the race.
Ieri nella gara delle assegnazioni delle acque l'equipaggio italiano aveva distanziato quello dell'Azerbaigian di circa 2 secondi. Oggi notavamo che c'è uno stile completamente differente di remata tra i due equipaggi. L'equipaggio italiano ha una frequenza molto più alta di 39 colpi per minuto rispetto a quello dell'Azerbaigian di 34 colpi per minuto, quindi una pedalata molto più efficiente. Però ora l'Italia ha cambiato marcia, ha preso un po' di distacco rispetto all'altra imbarcazione e 10 metri separano le due barche per la lotta per la medaglia d'oro.
So the Italian crew have had enough of this. They've shaken off the challenge of the Azerbaijanis just in the last few hundred strokes. Tito in the bow seat and Giovanni in the stroke seat. They power on and open up a clear water lead ahead of Azerbaijan. We're going to have to see a big response from them to come back in the mix for the silver medal. Just 2 medals on offer here, and it's Moldova leading the charge for third place, but well off the pace that has been dished down by the fastest of the preliminary race. That was the Italian crew, and they come through with 500 to go, extending the lead over Azerbaijan. It was just half a length coming through the halfway mark, but now it's clear water coming into the last 500 meters of this race here. Impressive from the under-23 lightweights to lead it out here. They're continuing the form that we saw in the preliminary race. They got 6:32, and I'm sure the tailwind conditions here will suit them coming down in towards the finish. So Italy been cheered on, no doubt, by huge crowds in the grandstand, and the home crowd for Italy going to bring them home. Azerbaijan looking good for the silver in second.
Sicuramente una gara già scritta, bellissima l'azione del duo azzurro, sono riusciti a mantenere la testa anche quando gli attacchi dell'Azerbaigian sono diventati davvero pericolosi. 39 colpi e non sentirli, concentrazione, voglia di riuscire a metter luce, una luce arrivata ai 1250, poi ancora la corsa conclusiva e adesso il duo azzurro vola indisturbato verso la vittoria del titolo continentale, un sogno che si trasforma in realtà. Il doppio pesi leggeri dell'Italia riesce ad andare a conquistare la medaglia del metallo più prezioso, non c'è storia per nessuno, ed eccoli qua Tito Cristoforakis e Giovanni Borgonovo incrementano ancora, come due cavalli vanno a conquistare il titolo europeo, campioni d'Europa!
Champions of Europe, Italy. We will get to hear the national anthem after all. It will be a title for Giovanni Borgonovo and Tito Christoforakis ahead of a great performance in the early stages from Mamatsadeh and Pashayev of Azerbaijan. There are our gold and silver medalists as only 3 contenders. Unfortunately, no bronze to be awarded in this race, but our third placing will go to the Republic of Moldova. The victory ceremony for the men's quadruple sculls. The medals are being presented by European Rowing Board member Jacomina Ravensberger, accompanied by President of Italian Rowing, Rossano Galtarossa. We now invite our bronze winners, Croatia! Receiving the silver medals, Poland! Please welcome our gold medalists from Germany. Winners of the bronze medal, Croatia! Represented by Goran Mamutovic, Rocco Boskovic, Damir Martin and Ivan Talaya. The silver medalists, Poland! represented by Dominik Jaya, Mateusz Biskup, Miroslav Zitarski, and Konrad Dominski. And now, your gold medalists and 2026 European rowing champions, Germany! Represented by Mark Weber, Felix Heinrich, Jonas Gelson, and Ola Hohense. Please join us for the national anthem of Germany. Please, Varese, give it up for your medalists and European champions.
Hello, Varese. I'm with a very special guest here, joined by Seada van den Herrik, the president of the Royal Dutch Rowing Federation. Seada, thank you very much for speaking to us. How are you finding these games here at Varese this year?
Oh, I think they're very well organized. Those are just fantastic games, great races. I mean, look at those quads, look at all the different countries winning. Well organized, well done.
And I know, of course, that the Netherlands are about to host the World Championships, and I believe that you want to extend an invitation to the entire rowing community to come to Amsterdam very soon.
Yes, I would really love to invite all the European champions and all the European medalists, along with their family and all of the audience here, to Amsterdam. We're going to have great races last week of August. Just make sure you be there for fabulous races with the whole world participating.
And what kind of things can we expect in Amsterdam when we all get there? Because I know, you know, there's great rowing, great party, great atmosphere always.
Well, we really try to make rowing fun, so it should be competitive and fun. So it will be very orange, there will be a lot of fan base, so there will be a lot to do also for you in the audience and for the athletes. Great races, great bosbaan, come to Amsterdam. See you around.
Seada, thank you very much, and we can get back straight to the racing.
Thanks, Simon. Can't wait for Amsterdam at the World Champs next year. But before then, we've got some European champions to find. And next up, we've got the A final, the lightweight women's double sculls. Ukraine, Italy and Greece going in this one.
Ed ora un'altra corsa imperdibile, il doppio pesi leggeri femminile. Una lotta a tre, Ucraina, Italia e Grecia.
More excitement for Italy here, as we could see yet another medal for the Italians in the lightweight boat classes. We just saw their men's double reign victorious here. What can their women's double do now at the start?
Vedremo cosa riusciranno a fare le nostre guerriere dopo aver seguito la grande gara del doppio maschile. Ora l'Italia potrebbe concedere il bis.
We're underway now. This is the final of the lightweight women's double sculls, and much like the last race we just saw, 3 boats, 2 medals. Who is going to be victorious and crowned our European champions for this year? And good news for the home fans, Italy, fastest moving boat on the course in the opening strokes. They're up at 45 strokes a minute. Lots of boats that are synonymous here with high ratings, both the Italians and the Greeks. They are fiery, feisty fighters, aren't they, Luca, when it comes to these lightweight boat types?
Elena Sali, Melissa Schincariol sono partite velocissime, vogliono a tutti i costi andarsi a prendere il titolo continentale, hanno dimostrato già nella gara preliminare di poter essere le regine, ma lo vogliono fare ora, quando di fatto vedrà ancora una volta l'Italia protagonista. Eccole lì al centro della scena, viaggiano a 18 km orari, siamo a 38 colpi al minuto, 2 in meno rispetto alla Grecia che viaggia a 40, comunque lì davanti a fare l'andatura.
Schincariol and Sali, the combination for Italy, looking to bring home a gold medal. These two out of the under-23s for our stroke seat. Schincariol, Sali in the bow seat, part of the Varese World Cup as part of the women's quad last year, coming together as this new combination and doing extremely well here, but just 0.89 of a second ahead of the Greeks. Moratadu and Lulu are hot on the heels of the Italians here. They're up at 39 strokes a minute. The Italians down at 36. So underrating, more efficient. And let's see what these two can do at the front of the field. Ukraine currently trailing in this race, but still plenty of race left to run. We're at 600 meters gone.
Oramai 600 metri in archivio e si corre verso il traguardo con Italia e Grecia che iniziano ad ingaggiare. La Grecia a 4 metri al momento, viaggia a 39 colpi al minuto, qualche colpo in più rispetto alle azzurre che si sono posizionate a 36, cercano di trovare il giusto ritmo per mantenere la testa del gruppo, ma la Grecia non è poi così lontana.
Well, almost halfway now, and Italy holding on to that lead. Richie, we saw the Italian men's lightweight double claim gold just a few moments ago. How are the Italian women looking?
Yeah, it looks like they got the memo as well, and they're going for the double-double here in the lightweight races because they're powering on towards the halfway mark in style here, up at 38 strokes per minute, centre of the course. It's a lot closer than it was in the preliminary race. I think more than 15 seconds separating Italy, Greece, from the first and second position there. Maybe the Greek crew holding on to wait until they get into this final here. Just 2 medals on offer as there's 3 crews racing, and it is the Ukrainian crew off the pace back in third, just about 100 meters away from the 2 leading crews who now come in and cross the halfway mark. The Italians stride out just by about a length over the Greek crew. The Greek crew still rating quite high as well at 37 strokes per minute. Very similar boat speeds there as we see the Greek crew. They're trying their best to get an overlap into it, get a side-by-side with the Italian crew and put pressure on them as the Ukrainian crew just come through the halfway mark there, just about 80 meters separating them from the other 2 crews. So all the action done by the Italians here, they similar to the race that we had in the preliminary race. They're leading out from the centre lane and they're pushing on here. Let's see what the Greek crew can do in the second half of the final.
Una gara completamente differente da quella di ieri nella preliminary race, sempre in testa l'Italia sull'equipaggio greco, ma al passaggio dei 1000 metri solo 2 secondi dividevano queste 2 barche. L'Italia forte anche della spinta del pubblico e della tifoseria in testa a questa gara del 2 di coppia PL femminile. Vediamo quindi al prossimo riscontro cronometrico come andrà la situazione.
So the Italian crew coming through like so many of the crews we've seen this weekend, part of the under-23 setup over the last number of years, competing at that level, multiple podiums and A finals there. Here they are now leading out at the lightweight women's double sculls. They led the preliminary race and won it quite well, more than 15 seconds between them and the Greek crew. It's closer now in this race here. The Greek crew were holding on to an overlap through halfway, but the Italians really have powered on here. The Greek crew not able to maintain the boat speed to match the Italians in the second half of the race here. They're coming up to the 500-metre mark, and through Italy go, leading it out, and now the Greek crew push down. It's almost 5 seconds the difference between Italy and Greece, the 1 and 2 for gold and silver. Greece looking secure for the silver medal, as the Ukrainian crew are well off the pace, just coming up on that 500-metre mark to go as they come down to our second last race of the race here, the lightweight women's double sculls, and Italy leading it out. It's going to be a double-double for Italy in the lightweight double sculls.
Una di quelle gare oramai già scritta, una di quelle gare che alla fine ti riempie il cuore. Ci hanno provato le ragazze greche per i primi 1000 metri, un secondo circa di distacco fino ai 1000 metri, poi questo grande gap che si è aperto, ora i secondi sono oltre 5 tra le due formazioni, c'è luce, margine aumenterà ancora a conferma dell'assoluto valore messo in campo da Sali e Schincariol, che in scioltezza dominano la loro cavalcata in maglia azzurra verso il traguardo, portando Cremona, Cernobbio, il lago di Como, protagonista sulle acque della Schiranna, una corsa assoluta. Ecco le azzurre, volano indisturbate verso il traguardo.
On the glistening and fast waters of Lago di Varese, it's going to be an Italian win here in the lightweight women's double sculls at the European Championships. They look so sublime out there on these waters. The sun is shining. It is so hot out there, punishing for these athletes. But these guys, Schincariol and Sali, a great combination that's come together to take gold at the European Championships in this lightweight event. Greece will take the silver, and then just coming into the red boys now, it's the crew from Ukraine.
Sul traguardo dunque la conferma, la vittoria dell'Italia sulla Grecia, 7 i secondi di vantaggio per le azzurre, il crono recita 6:55,95 davanti alla Grecia per la seconda posizione e quindi l'argento. Chiude al terzo posto ma senza medaglia l'Ucraina.
The victory ceremony for the lightweight men's double sculls. The medals are being presented by European Rowing Board member Morten Juhl-Hansen, accompanied by Secretary General of Italian Rowing Federation Giovanni Esposito. Please welcome our silver medalists, Azerbaijan. Receiving the gold medals, Italy. The silver medalists, Azerbaijan, represented by Zia Mamadzada and Nurlan Pashayev. And now, your gold medalists and 2026 European rowing champions, Italy, represented by Tito Christoforakis and Giovanni Borgonovo. Please join us for the national anthem of Italy. Varese, give it up for your medalists and European champions.
Standing by.
With our gold medal winners, gentlemen, congratulations. A first gold medal for Italy at these European Rowing Championships. You must be absolutely delighted and very, very proud.
Yeah, we both are. We prepared this boat not that long, but it's a really good result for us, especially considering it could be considered a starting point for our next races further on in the season.
Dai, una parola in italiano per tutti I tifosi qui che sono in casa. Te la lascio a te.
Forza Italia!
Grazie. Forza Italia, there you go. The first gold medalist from Italy here at these European Rowing Championships.
We're up with the lightweight men's pair, and that in lane one is Georgia, David Lashkarashvili and Georgi Kantaladze. In lane number two, we've got Germany. This is Patrick Erdmann and Johannes Usprong. And finally, in lane three, for the Republic of Moldova is Nikita Namachik and Dmitry Zinchenko. Our last final of the day, of day two here at the European Rowing Championships. 2 medals to award our last European champions of day two. Who will it be? Germany looking in really good form coming into this final. But in this lightweight men's pairs event, it could all change following the preliminary yesterday. Times reasonably close together between these three crews. It's looking like it'll be a battle for the silver, no doubt, as they all prepare for these final moments for the final of the lightweight men's pair. Here we are, the last final of day two here at the European Rowing Championships, the lightweight men's pair. 3 crews, 2 medals, Georgia, Germany, the Republic of Moldova, and they're out of the starting blocks.
Ed ora siamo in gara con l'ultima sfida del nostro programma. Si chiude così il sipario sulla prima giornata di finali alla Schiranna di Varese col 2 senza pesi leggeri maschile. Una specialità che ha dato grandi soddisfazioni anche all'Italia e che oggi vede ai remi Georgia con Germania e Moldavia al centro del percorso. La Germania prova a prendere il largo, viaggia a 18,6 km orari, 43 colpi al minuto. Sono lì davanti a fare il ritmo, ma ovviamente 2000 metri sono lunghi, vanno affrontati per poter scrivere la parola fine sul traguardo. Germania dunque a fare il ritmo nell'ultima finale.
Very close up at the front of this field with every stroke the lead interchanging between Germany and Georgia. It's the Republic of Moldova 1 length back on the fight for the medals, but the colour still up in the air here. It is a brilliant fight as we approach 500 metres. I could not tell you whose bows are going to cross ahead. Perhaps Georgia now just starting to stamp their mark on this first 500 metres, and they're down at 37 strokes a minute, underrating the Germans into the timing marker, and indeed they will cross 139.01 just ahead of Germany in silver medal position.
La medaglia d'oro sembra appannaggio esclusivo della Georgia con la Germania. Moldavia potrebbe rimanere fuori dal podio, ma ovviamente è tutto da costruire. Vedremo quale sarà poi il verdetto finale. Germania che ci crede con una formazione leggera, 2 equipaggi in meno di un secondo. Georgia e Germania sono le due nazioni, i due equipaggi che di fatto provano a conquistare l'ultima medaglia d'oro in palio oggi.
We're through 700 metres gone. Georgia just cannot shake off Germany, who have lowered the rating by 1 pip. They're now down at 39 strokes a minute. Johannes Uspring in the stroke seat, just wanting to keep a lid on it. The Georgians have come up to 37. So these two fighting it out, less than a length between them. And for the last time today, I'm going to hand you over to Richie and Matteo at 1,000 metres.
Thanks, Camilla. We're looking forward to seeing how this race pans out because they're motoring down towards the halfway mark here. And as you said, 39 strokes per minute for the German crew in a pair is an outstanding rate. They're doing their best to eat into the lead that the Georgian crew have opened up. In the preliminary race that we had yesterday, the Georgian crew, the only of the 3 that didn't get under the 7-minute mark. So I'm sure they were holding off here to race into the final and that gold medal position. Up onto the halfway mark we go, and it is going to be Georgia still leading it out, holding it steady now at 37 strokes per minute. The Germans up at 40. They're making a move through 1,000, and it's just half a canvas separating the two crews now. A little bit of clear water then back to the crew from Republic of Moldova back in 3rd place, out of the hunt for the medals at the moment. It looks like they've too much work to do to get back into the mix here. The response now from the Georgian crew, they take it up to the Germans who were pushing to try get back on level terms. There's absolutely nothing between them coming into the second half of the race. Bow for boy, stroke for stroke, they're matching each other here, Georgia and Germany.
Una gara completamente differente da quella vista ieri nella preliminary race. Vedeva per prima la Germania seguita da Moldavia e poi Georgia, che sicuramente ha deciso di fare una gara diversa, partire all'attacco e vedere come andava. Ora sta rispondendo l'equipaggio tedesco perché è ufficialmente tornato davanti con un ritmo molto più alto di 40 colpi al minuto. L'abbiamo visto al passaggio dei 1000 metri, è come se avesse cambiato marcia, ha scelto di ritornare in gara ed ora sta cercando di aumentare il proprio distacco sull'equipaggio georgiano. Terza, leggermente arretrata, la Repubblica della Moldavia.
Just in the last few strokes, we're seeing Germany try to take on the lead and push away from the Georgian crew, but absolutely nothing between them as they make their way down to the last quarter of the race here. The Moldovan crew off the pace, as we said, back in 3rd and unlikely to feature in the medal. Just gold and silver on offer here, and it's all to play for still. The German crew with Patrick Erdmann making his debut in the bow seat, Johannes Ursprung in the stroke seat. They power on a little bit here, opening up the lead. Let's see what Georgia can do in the last few 100 metres as they power in and close out our day 2 at the European Championships here. Final of the lightweight men's pairs. Germany making their decisive move with less than 500 to go. Let's see what response we get from Georgia.
Vedremo sul traguardo la risposta e se la risposta sarà sufficiente soprattutto per rientrare. C'è sempre un secondo, si sono scambiati ai 1000 metri, ora il secondo è invertito, al comando la Germania, a seguire Georgia ancora per le 2 medaglie in palio. Attenzione alla grande accelerazione della Germania che prova adesso a fuggir via per archiviare la partita e mettere in sicurezza il titolo continentale nella specialità del 2 senza pesi leggeri maschile. Oramai la storia è scritta, la Germania corre indisturbata a seguire la Georgia per la medaglia d'argento.
They put up the fight of their lives, the Georgians, for 1,800 metres, but the power of Germany just too much for them. It's also the Republic of Moldova coming right back into it. They've smelt that the Georgians have spent all their cash in the early stages of this race. They're trying desperately hard to close the open water ahead of them, but I think Georgia happy to settle for silver and allow Germany to go and claim top spots on the podium. A brilliantly fought race. It kept us very entertained, and it's the European Championship title for Germany in the lightweight men's pairs, Ursprung and Erdmann. It will be silver to Georgia. Moldova, unfortunately, off the podium in this final race of the day, our last final on day 2 of the European Rowing Championships, and a victory for Germany on this last race.
Sul traguardo l'ufficialità, la vittoria della Germania di fatto mette l'ultimo sigillo sulla prima giornata di finali. Al secondo posto la Georgia che chiude così con l'argento attorno al collo. Queste le 2 nazioni che ritroveremo anche a brevissimo in premiazione.
Well, folks, that might be the end of the last race of the day, but we do still have 2 victory ceremonies left to go, so do stay around. We want to celebrate our medaling athletes, our European champions, so please stay around. In the next few minutes, we'll be doing our last 2 victory ceremonies.
Con questo traguardo abbiamo ufficialmente archiviato le nostre competizioni, ma lo spettacolo a Varese continua. Abbiamo ancora 2 gare da premiare, 2 premiazioni per andare a celebrare il successo dei nostri canottieri, quindi non andate via. Restate con noi, preparatevi per le ultime 2 premiazioni, sarà un momento di festa. Non andate via, state con noi fino alla fine.
The victory ceremony for the lightweight women's double sculls. The medals are being presented by European Rowing Vice President Patrick Brombaut, accompanied by Vice President of Italian Rowing Federation Umberto Dentis. Please welcome our silver medalists, Greece. We now welcome our gold medal winners, Italy. The silver medalists, Greece. represented by Pashalina Muratidou and Gabriella Lulu. And now, your gold medalists and 2026 European rowing champions, Italy! Represented by Elena Sali and Melissa Skincariol. Please join us for the national anthem of Italy. Varese, give it up for your medalists and European champions.
Sì, con le nostre nuove campionesse europee, Melissa e Elena, complimenti, bravissime. Sembrava una gara da fuori proprio con tanto controllo, dominata da inizio a fine. Com'era da voi? Come l'avete sentita?
Controllo fino a un certo punto. Diciamo che siamo partite molto decise perché appunto sapevamo che le greche erano molto forti, ben determinate, quindi anche noi volevamo fare lo stesso, cercando di dover farci prendere e non andare noi a rincorrerle. L'abbiamo messa in difficoltà, infatti provavano a fare degli attacchi, ma abbiamo sempre cercato di rispondere nel miglior dei modi, ci siamo riuscite, rimanendo unite e compatte e avendo sempre la stessa idea in testa.
Just a reaction on the race itself. Obviously, it felt very controlled. They started with, they really decided, really incisive from start to finish, but obviously put under pressure by the Greek crew, who, congratulations to them, who did a good race as well, but they're very happy, obviously, with the medal. Un'ultima, so che siete stanche, proprio velocissime su il tifo che avete trovato qui a Varese da tutti i tifosi italiani.
Sicuramente il tifo di casa è sempre un grosso supporto. E infatti vogliamo ringraziare tutti i presenti e niente.
Complimenti ancora ragazze, bravissime, and just a big thank you to all the Italian contingent here, all the Italian fans, because the support has been absolutely amazing.
The victory ceremony for the lightweight men's pair. The medals are being presented by European Rowing President Asuncion Lorente, accompanied by Vice President of the Organising Committee, Claudio Menazzi. We now invite our silver medal winners, Georgia. Please welcome our gold medalists from Germany. The silver medalists, Georgia, represented by Georgi Kantaladze and David Lashkarishvili. And now, your gold medalists and 2026 European Rowing Champions, Germany, represented by Patrick Erdmann and Johannes Ursprung. Please join us for the national anthem of Germany. Varese, give it up for your medalists and European champions.
With our new European champions, Johannes, Patrick, congratulations, a fantastic race, great performance. How did it feel for you guys out there? We can see how much that took out of you.
Yeah, it was quite challenging conditions. The weather is quite hard for us, and yeah, the wind was blowing, but it was not that bumpy as yesterday, but the race was quite tough. So.
And we've seen great support as well from Germany here. A word on the supporters who've stayed here in the sun, very happy.
Yeah, most family, the guys from the rowing club in Würzburg, so with whom we're rowing, and it's family, so yeah, full support here. Nice.
Absolutely brilliant. Congratulations once again. We'll let you get some rest. Well deserved. Our European champions, gold medalists from Germany. Well, there you go. That's the end of racing for today. It's been absolutely brilliant, Varese, to have you with us in the grandstand. We hope to see many of you here tomorrow because, as Camilla and Luca will testify, there is still an amazing day of racing left. Isn't that right, Camilla?
Absolutely, Simon. It is a great day of racing on day 3, the final day here at the European Rowing Championships. And we kick off a little bit earlier tomorrow, 8:30, with some of our brand new events from the last year or so. The mixed double sculls will feature in the first race of the day. The heats we'll see for those. And also the mixed eights going off tomorrow as well. They'll be the last race of the day at 1:40. But enough of tomorrow's programme. Let's have a bit of a look back at today. We've had some brilliant finals, some European champions crowned. I think my personal highlight was seeing Switzerland win the women's quadruple sculls. It feels like it's been a long time coming for them, so that was a great win from the Swiss women's quad. But we've just had some brilliant results all around, some European championship best times and great conditions out there on the water. A big thank you as well to everyone that makes this happen, our officials, our volunteers, the rest of the commentary team, to Simon, to Luca, to Richie and to Matteo and all of our production team here. A big thank you for helping us bring you all the action. And we'll be back again tomorrow, like I say, 8:30, a little bit earlier tomorrow, but hopefully you'll be back with us to watch some of the finals in the PR1 men's and women's singles, the lightweight singles, the men's and women's eights, and of course the men's and women's singles, the PR3 mixed double sculls and our mixed events as well. We'll see you tomorrow.
Grazie ancora una volta a te, Camilla, per averci accompagnato in questa giornata straordinaria e a tutto il magico team. In chiusura fatemi ringraziare la Canottieri Varese e tutti i volontari, insieme ancora una volta per un grande evento continentale. È stato un grande evento? Sicuramente sì. Almeno fino ad ora. Domani l'ultimo atto di questa kermesse a partire dalle ore 8:30. Non prendete impegni, domani il gran finale con l'ultimo atto, le ultime medaglie, gli ultimi titoli continentali da assegnare e soprattutto tanto spettacolo sulle acque del lago di Varese. A tutti voi un buon pomeriggio, una buona continuazione, arrivederci a domani, grazie.